If everybody would, y'all come on in and have a seat so we can get started. We're already a few minutes behind, and we want to try to stay on track as much as possible. And if you want to make your way on up here, we're going to have you welcome everybody today. Yes, sir. When everybody gets situated. Yes. All right. With that being said, Ann Purcell, who is a former representative, as most of you probably know, and is the DOT board member that represents this area, as we have done with every meeting, we're going to have her have some opening remarks and welcome everyone in.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairs. We certainly appreciate having this study committee visit in the very first congressional district. But let me tell you, it extends to the other 13 congressional districts. This meeting is so very important, and we appreciate you choosing Savannah as one of those areas in which to come and hear the voice of the people. And with that, in regards to, we want to thank each of the committee members. Some of these committee members are not just members of the General Assembly, but they're also members of the citizenship here in the state of Georgia. So it's not just a joint legislative meeting, but it extends out into our communities. I want to also say welcome to the individuals that are here, whether you're from the 1st Congressional District or whether you're from the 12th, whether you be from Washington State. Where's my visitor from Washington State? You know, we've got so many people here. Welcome to Savannah. Welcome to the Southeast Georgia region of the state of Georgia, which we're very proud of. Our needs are very similar to all over the state because we each feed off of each other for a partnership. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, thank you again for bringing our committee here to the coast of Georgia, Southeast Georgia, and we have a lot of needs down here because we contribute to the economic development for our wonderful state of Georgia. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ann. We also have Johnny Floyd here today. He is on our DOT board. Have I missed any other DOT board members this year? I don't see any other ones. Well, I got a former board member sitting next to me, so I'll recognize him. But we also want to recognize Representative Tankersley for being here today. We still call him Colonel, but Representative Hitchens. And where's Ron? Representative Stevens right here. We thank y'all for coming. They represent this area and do an outstanding job. They have to take up the slack of Chairman Burns, so we're glad that they're here today. I had to get a little jab back at him after yesterday.
Is he still on the committee?
Well, we're deciding. With that being said, we're going to allow, we'll start down with Senator Beach and work this way and have everybody on the committee introduce themselves.
Good morning, I should say, and thanks for having us in your city. I'm Brandon Beach. I represent Senate District 21, which is North Fulton and Cherokee counties.
Good morning. I'm Lamar Norton. I'm with the Georgia Municipal Association. I have the honor of representing 521 cities in the state of Georgia. Transportation is a major issue for us. This is very, very important to all of us. I'm honored to be a part of the committee.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Little. I'm chairman of Walton County Board of Commissioners and president of ACCG this year, and it's very important to the counties on transportation issues.
Thank you. I'm Steve Green. I'm the Lieutenant Governor Citizen appointee. I'm from Savannah, and I'd just like to thank the chairman and the committee for being in Chatham County. In the 1st District, we have a great deal of transportation needs with the port, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Hi, I'm Hala Modelmog, President and CEO of the Metro Atlanta Chamber. But I would also like to add my appreciation for being included and to echo what Ann and others have said, that this is obviously a statewide, if not a region-wide issue, and we're all connected, so we're very happy to be able to be a part of this.
Representative Mark Hamilton, the 24th District, represent the city of Cumming and Forsyth County up on Lake Lanier. This is a statewide issue, but I can assure you our area, being one of the fastest growing counties in the country, not just the state of Georgia, both from an economic development and population base, we're dying up there. We've got to do something about the infrastructure, or we're going to start losing jobs and the economic benefit of being in such a fast growth area.
Good morning. I'm Steve Gooch from Dahlonega. I represent the 51st Senate District, which is part of Forsyth County and half of Pickens County and all of Dawson, Lumpkin, White, Union, Fannin, and Gilmer counties. And it's a great day in Savannah and great to be in Georgia's first city.
And he's co-chair of this study committee. You can say that. Jay Roberts from Ocilla, Georgia. I represent the Irwin County, Ben Hill County, Florida Tip, Florida Coffee, and Turner counties over in the middle part of the state, the southern part of the state as well. So we do appreciate y'all having us here today. I chair the House Transportation Committee, and I'm co-chair of this committee. And for our members, let me say this before we go. These mics are always hot. I know nobody would say anything that they didn't want to come out, but just, just to let you know, you can't turn them off. They're always hot.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Harper, and I'm from Ocilla, Georgia as well, and I represent the 7th Senate District, which encompasses a good bit of southeast Georgia, 10 counties: Ben Hill, Irwin, Berrien, Coffee, Atkinson, Bacon, Pierce, Ware, Charlton, Tift, and soon to be part of Wilcox. So it's a large portion of Georgia. But it's great to be here in Savannah. I look forward to the meeting, and thank y'all for coming out.
Good morning. I'm David Lucas. I represent the 26th Senatorial District. That's half of Bill, part of Jones, part of Houston, all of Twiggs, all of Wilkerson, all of Hancock, and all of Washington County. 7 counties, 15 cities, and the mics might become unhot because I sometimes use a couple of descriptive adjectives, and so they might cut them off.
That's no problem, Senator Lucas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me continue to be a part of the committee. I really appreciate that. John Burns, District 159, represent part of Effingham, Scriven, and Bullock counties. It's good to be with home folks, and I really appreciate y'all coming out today and to express our needs and our vision of the future as far as transportation goes for Southeast Georgia. We know we're one of the main hubs for economic development for our state, and certainly appreciate the hospitality here in Savannah as you've welcomed this whole group in from around the state. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'm Jack Hill. I represent the 4th Senatorial District, 6 counties, generally right along I-16, including 2 counties right near Savannah, Effingham, and Bullock, which of the 6 counties I represent have very important transportation issues. I'm really glad and appreciative of the chairman, both chairmen of the committee, of bringing this process down to the coast. And we think we have unique opportunities as well as challenges in this part of the state, and we look forward to working together to help solve the transportation problems, not just here, but all over the state.
Good morning. I'm Bubba Epps, Representative House District 144, which is 7 counties in the Middle Georgia region, and I'm here as a member of Chairman Roberts' House Transportation Committee, and I thank Chairman Roberts and Chairman Gooch for allowing rural Georgia, which comprises the majority of my district, to be included and involved in this process. I know transportation is a statewide issue, but rural Georgia is facing a lot of the problems of movement through our areas as well. But it's an honor to be with you, and we're thankful for the hospitality that Savannah has shown us this day.
Good morning. My name is Michael Sullivan. I'm President and CEO of ACEC Georgia, which is the trade association for Georgia's engineering companies. But I'm here today as the chairman of the Georgia Transportation Alliance, which is the Georgia Chamber of Commerce's transportation policy and advocacy arm, representing Chris Clark, who's the president and CEO of the Georgia Chamber, who couldn't be here today. Mr. Chairman, I told y'all at the first meeting that when things got rough, the business community would have your backs. So I'll just be right back here. I'll have you back.
Good
Good morning. Representative Terry England from Winder, Georgia, House District 116, comprises part of Merritt County. I used to consider Merritt County rural, and it's not anymore. We're northeast of Atlanta by about 50 miles. So my constituents deal with the metropolitan area traffic all the time, so it is an issue for us, as well as trying to make sure that the jobs and the companies that are locating in Merritt County and around us have the ability to transport their goods and services and get their employees in and out in a good and easy way. So thank you also to the City of Savannah and the folks in Chatham County for the hospitality. I had the fortunate pleasure of being down here for the last several days. We have our State Fiscal Managers Conference in town this week as well, and Senator Hill and I have both spoken to it and gotten to enjoy Savannah and tour Gulfstream and a couple of other things here, and just understanding a little bit more about economic development in our state.
I'm Calvin Smyers, State Representative from Columbus, a longtime member of the House, and I'm delighted to be here and appreciate Speaker Ralston appointing me to this committee, and always good to sit next to the chair of the Appropriations Committee.
All right, with that being said, we'll give you an overview. Most of you have been to a lot of our meetings, but we set up this committee to travel around the state of Georgia. We're meeting in 8 different locations. This is actually the 6th meeting that we've had. We'll have 2 more in Blue Ridge and Rome. But we wanted to go around the state to listen to local elected officials, industry leaders, and citizens to talk to them about transportation, to get their ideas and what they think that we need to look at as we move forward. As we've said all along, nothing's off the table. We're open to any and all ideas, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a plan that is not a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, but a 20 and 30-year plan. We don't want to have to be back trying to address this again in another 5 years. We want to develop a plan that will put us as a leader in transportation, or to continue to be a leader in transportation for the next 20 to 30 years. With that being said, we thank y'all for showing up today. We thank you for being here, and we look forward to your comments and what you have to say. And we thank Steve Green for being a gracious host. You have been wonderful to us, and we thank you for all that you've done in helping to set this up and make it a success. Thank you so much. With that being said, we're going to start off today with Josh Waller with the Georgia Department of Transportation. Josh, before you speak, Andre, where is the sign-up sheet, Tracy? No, I mean, I don't need it now, but where's it at? Is it back? If anybody wants to speak in the open mic, there is a sign-up sheet outside, and please sign up so that we'll know when we get to that point who wants to speak. So if you don't mind, sign up. We still got a little while before we get to that point, but if you would, please sign up ahead of time. Go ahead, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Roberts, Chairman Gooch, and members of the committee. Before I start, I'd like to recognize, by the way, I'm Josh Waller with the Georgia Department of Transportation. I want to recognize some of our employees that are here today. Our district engineer, Karan Ivory, his assistant, Chad Hartley, and the district communications officer, Jill Nagel. They are key to this area, really the boots on the ground when it comes to making sure that we're getting out there when it comes to maintenance, overseeing the construction projects for this district. The state's divided into 7 districts, and their leadership over at District 5. So yesterday, the commissioner addressed the committee and kind of talked about the needs. He did a recap of what he did back in Atlanta to just sort of talk about the general situation with transportation funding, our sources. What I'm going to do today is kind of take a little bit of a deep dive or medium dive into federal funding, sort of the issues that are tied up with our dependency on the federal highway program. So first thing, one of the most critical items is that the federal program is not a grant program, it's a reimbursement program. What that means for us from a practical standpoint is we have to front every dollar and they get reimbursed. And traditionally that reimbursement is about 80 cents on the dollar. So I think that's, those 3 bullets basically all say the same thing, is there's no cash coming to you until you actually spend a dollar. So we have to front basically motor fuel. As you can see at that last point, a project is approved, we get approval from the Federal Highway Administration, they authorize it. Then the contractor incurs the cost, sends us an invoice, we pay the invoice, and then what we do is we demonstrate to the federal government that we've paid that invoice, and then we seek reimbursement. Usually we're able to do that on a weekly basis, which makes the cash flow system work. But as we'll talk a little bit later, once you see an interruption or a threat of interruption in the federal funds, that's where we become very concerned about cash flow issues. Do a quick recap of the federal fund sources. I think everyone's pretty aware of them from the previous meetings, but you have the gasoline tax, 18.4 cents, allocated among the highway and transit accounts. Diesel tax is a little bit higher. Then you have some other fees and taxes that go into the highway trust fund. Georgia's apportionment for the past few years has been roughly about $1.2 billion. What we use to match that is our state funds. We know, well, we discussed this yesterday, the 7.5-cent excise tax, as well as the 4% sales tax, 3% which is dedicated to transportation, that 1% that goes into the general fund. And the 4% is a prepaid tax. So basically that amount is calculated by the Department of Revenue twice a year at 6 months intervals. So basically right now the 3% on the sales tax that goes to the transportation is the equivalent of about 8.8 cents a gallon. The other sources obviously are general funds, which we use mostly for the intermodal program, then GO bonds, Garvey bonds, and then local participation. Just to give some perspective about the role of federal funding in our transportation program, I highlight the two critical capital outlay programs that are in the state budget, capital construction projects and the capital maintenance projects. As you can see there, we're looking at about 76% of federal funds and 68%, which basically basically every project we do is federalized. Except for those activities that can't be, which are routine maintenance activities, which the commissioner identified yesterday. So that gets to the crux of the issue about dependency on federal funds. Now when we talk about, just to give a little background on how federal funds are authorized, usually you have a 5 or 6 year bill that they pass in Congress, and it's a little bit more potent than some of the authorization bills they have. It actually comes with what's called contract authority. So when they pass a highway bill, as opposed to some of the other authorizations, it actually has a guarantee that the Federal Highway Administration can go to a state and commit that they will pay the money, even if it hasn't been appropriated yet, as long as it's been authorized. So as you can see, you have ICE-T 1991, T21 1998, Safety-Loo 2005, and then MAP 21 is the most recent authorization that we're currently under right now, though it's on an extension. We're waiting, obviously, for a long-term bill, and our hope is to get a long-term reauthorization. But one of the key issues that we have, though, is when we're talking about, I think everyone's seen recently when Congress has not been able to come to an agreement and basically waiting till the last minute until they reauthorize or extend the bill. The challenge for us is, while some agencies that may work to wait until the last day, we are actually doing planning prior to when we're doing a letting. We have these milestones. So one day before the GDOT board approves it, 4 weeks prior, we have advertisements that go out to the contractors. 5 weeks prior, we get our FHWA authorizes the project. 10 weeks, we have, prior to that, we get completed construction plans. 18 weeks, we submit the corrected final field plan review. And 24 weeks, we have the final field plan review is held. So whenever we see an impending sort of, they're standing off at a fiscal cliff, the challenge for us is we can't just bank on the notion that they'll reauthorize it the night before, because there's so many things that go into our calculus before we're able to do a letting. So here again is just sort of a reiteration of sort of how the federal aid project works. It's authorized by the federal government. The contractor begins work. Contractor invoices the department for completed work. We seek reimbursement from FHWA and so on and so forth. Now, one of the key points here, and I actually pulled the slide, but there's another slide with detailing another activity we do, which is called advanced construction, which basically means we will get approval from the federal government that the project would be federally eligible, but we don't yet get them to authorize it for us because we don't want it to count against our allocation. But in that instance, we would front them completely and then wait till, and let me take a step back there. The federal and state fiscal years are not aligned. So we have, the state fiscal year begins on July 1st, ends June 30th. The federal begins on September 1st. Typically what we have done is we use our full federal authorization by the end of the state fiscal year and then do advanced construction for the 3 months from July to the end of September. And then we go and seek reimbursement on October 1st. So whenever there's a threat potentially of a shutdown, we again run into the issue of we run into the issue of, we run into the issue of, whether or not we're going to be able to fund the program. So, next, talking about the state versus the federal requirements. The impacts, we've talked a lot about whether or not if we had the funds available to do just a pure state-funded program, what would be the benefits of it? We looked at Florida and other states like that. So, the differences include, excuse me, I lost my train of thought here. You've got differences between JEPA and NEPA, including the number of alternatives. So when we're talking about a JEPA document, well, this is my worst nightmare. You get up here in front of a whole class of people. At least I got my clothes on, right?
The states are not nearly as tough as the feds.
Oh, I know. Basically. But when we look at, so the differences between the JEPA and the NEPA project, you get up there and you got the number of alternatives. So when we're talking about JEPA, basically you have, we look at no build, or alternatives, alternative 1, alternative 2. When you're looking at the NEPA process, you're required to have multiple alternatives. With the JEPA process, you only have to have build or no build. And also the Davis-Bacon wage requirements. When we're dealing with a NEPA document, we're also having to get multiple federal agencies potentially to sign off on it. Among those are the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. HUD. I'm not going to go through the whole list of these, but it continues on. Primarily the challenge that we have is that while we try and do this concurrently, sometimes they require the sometimes you're unable to do it concurrently. So, now let me highlight one of the projects that we have. We had a TIA project that basically we did a comparison on. Under JEPA, we had the environmental document was $51,000. Under NEPA, it would have been $121,000. Under JEPA, it was 1 year to secure approval of the environmental document. Under NEPA, it would have taken an estimated 2 years. So the difference of that was $70,000 and 1 additional year. So with that, are there any questions or?
Any questions from any of the committee members for Josh? All right, go ahead.
Get it started. Josh, thank you for your information. Don't get down yet.
I was just waiting for that hook to come off the stage.
We've heard a lot about the funding issues in Washington, and we've heard a lot about all the NEPA requirements, environmental studies, and we've heard a lot about an Indiana BAT. If you haven't heard about the Indiana BAT yet, I hope Josh will fill you in. But Tom Graves, our congressman from the North Georgia area, has been looking at possibly making Georgia a pilot project to not fund the 18 cents per gallon federal tax and basically leave that money in Georgia. What do you think about that, and how could that benefit us as far as getting money on the ground quicker and avoiding some of these ridiculous regulations that we are being required to do in Washington?
Certainly depending on how they structure that return, because the one challenge we have right now is because the Highway Trust Fund is not solvent and they've had to back it up with general fund, states are actually getting a greater return than what we're paying in motor fuel. So you would see levels drop in terms of money that's returned to the state. We certainly want to look at ways that we could have greater flexibility and make sure that we're actually seeing those strings that were attached be cut. But ultimately, it would depend on how it's structured. But certainly, I think one of the key things that we're saying today is to whatever degree we can structure parts of our program and do projects outside the federal scope, we'll see savings in terms of NEPA and
this is probably getting fair to put you on the spot, but could we look at using our federal money just on maybe interstate projects and resurfacing projects and not have to use that money on new construction to where we wouldn't have to do all the studies and all the federal requirements, and so use our state monies more for bigger projects and, maybe expansion projects on state routes, but not wait 5, 10, 15 years to get a project moving. If we could just use our state money, and of course, that's going to depend on what this committee recommends to the General Assembly next year. If we can generate more revenue, let's say we could come up with an extra $1 billion a year for the next 10 or 20 years, could we focus that money more on Georgia projects without federal involvement? And would that make sense to do that?
And ultimately, that would be the ideal goal, is if we actually had the state funds available. Right now, all of our state funds are dedicated to matching the federal program. So if you did have or identified ways to bring in new investment, you would basically sort of follow a little bit the Florida model, which is you have certain projects where you are doing purely as state, and then you, like you said, identify those key projects, whether it's interstates or major resurfacings, that you would use the federal program for.
Okay, thank you. One last question. What if we get back in mid-April, May, and Washington is still in gridlock and they can't agree on a funding bill, and we quit getting our federal money? What are we going to do? What's the DOT going to do? Are you going to stop issuing contracts for road projects, or do we have a plan in the works for that? Because there's all the uncertainty of the elections in November and what happens afterwards.
I'll give you the analog to that. Earlier this year, like I was walking through sort of the day one, moving all the way back from the letting, as we were approaching this last fiscal cliff, which was going to come on basically August 1st, because that's when the Federal Highway Administration indicated that they would begin slowing down and limiting reimbursements, we had to make a decision in May and June. Thankfully, the governor, members of the General Assembly, State Transportation Board identified a way forward in utilizing some residual bond funds that we had available, as well as some prior year motor fuel, to be able to proceed with the July, August, and September letting. Had we not done that, the program would have come to a halt. So to be honest with you, there's not a great answer about what we do next, because we are so dependent on the federal government. We'd have to identify a funding source to be able to replace those federal funds.
Is it true that we've already been asked by the feds to prioritize our projects for the next 6 or 8 months, and therefore we've delayed some projects that could be moved forward if we had the funding guaranteed from Washington?
During this process, we have projects that are definitely ready to go that we don't have the funding available to. So we've had to prioritize those that we think that we can get cleared and move forward. So the answer is that yes.
Thank you.
Josh, do we have those same resources if that situation presents itself again?
The challenge is those bond funds, that was sort of a one-time shot in that regard. We'd have to take steps. Either the General Assembly would have to take steps to authorize more bonds or identify some other way forward. But that was sort of some residual bond funds. Actually, the plan had been not to issue them.
Go ahead, Senator Lucas.
Josh, and to members of the audience, question is, we're dealing in partisan politics, and let's be honest about it. The Highway Trust Fund, they didn't fund the full bill, but in one sense, they put money into the Highway Trust Fund, because a lot of congressmen and senators know that it deals with construction. And when you talk about construction, you talk about jobs, and they went about to not put money in that Highway Trust Fund. On the other end of the spectrum, though, if we do like Florida, Florida charges $200 for every registration. That's whether you got an electric car or a motorcycle. It goes directly into the Department of Transportation. The other thing they do is that they use their federal funds to redo the highways they already have and take their state funds and use those so they don't have to go through all of the rigmarole of environmental studies and those kind of things. Georgia has not yet decided to do any such drastic thing as charging everybody $200 for a registration, vehicle registration, which means that we probably would have the Tea Party at the Capitol if we did that. When you look at the other things, though, what we have done in the state, for instance, when the Olympics came, we were paying DOT debt service out of general fund to the tune of about $180 million. And then you also have the fourth penny that's in the general treasury that generates about 185 million. So if you add those two together, roughly you'll be bringing in something like 365 million, which will allow you to probably get $1 billion from the feds just on match money. Where are we as far as looking at that one penny that's in the general fund, that's motor fuel, that goes in the general treasury and spent anyway rather than on transportation? And the other thing is whether or not DOT has looked at not allowing local governments, we are one of the few states that do it in the country, to tax motor fuel tax. From the e-loss to the SPLOST to the loss and what have you. If we were to deduct those monies or pass legislation that will change the way that we do business in the state of Georgia when it comes to motor fuel, what kind of money would that generate just to DOT as far as money being able to match?
The challenge that we have there is that while it is an 80-20, so it's definitely a good match that we have with the federal government. The one thing that we do, and the reason we prioritize our state funds to make sure we do the match, is we're actually fully matching what is available to us on the highway side. You might have other opportunities on the transit side of the house and maybe some of the airport aid side if you had additional funds to match more federal. But right now we're able to fully get everything that we have through FHWA. That's sort of the reason that we do prioritize. That's the reason that most of our projects are federalized, is to make sure that we're not leaving any Georgia federal taxpayer dollars on the table. So that's the only thing. Obviously, if in the federal bill they increased our what's authorized for the state of Georgia, and we had those additional state fund sources, whether it's the 4%, whether it is the funds that are being collected on gasoline from other sources, you could then match it. But until we increase what the feds have authorized for the state of Georgia, there's really not that opportunity.
Can y'all get him a mic back there so he can, it's all being recorded?
He probably where it needs to be.
Well, I probably might be shorter than the previous.
Just two questions, Josh, real quickly. On the collection side, we've heard from some folks about greater efficiency in terms of our collection of the motor fuel taxes, changing over from how we're presently doing. Can you comment on that?
There's been some discussion about moving up in the chain. Right now it's collected at the distributor level instead of at the pump. There has been some talk if you move up even higher to what's called taxing at the rack, that you might, the fewer transactions you have, the less opportunities, some argue, for tax evasion or just some errors. You know, we've had ongoing discussions with the Department of Revenue, and we think if we want to look at that, that would need to be a conversation that's had. One of the things we've heard from Revenue is some of the software that they have instituted, they believe helps. But certainly other states have moved up their collections higher up and have seen a benefit in terms of the amount of collections.
Does collecting at the rack require us to change the state law? Or can that be done at regulatory?
It would.
So we're going to have to change that at the state law. Secondly, all politics being local, how's all this uncertainty going to affect my area, I-285 and 400? How's that project coming?
Well, that project has been identified as the governor and the department as one of the top priorities. Certainly anywhere where we're talking about federal uncertainty and future projects, we have to prioritize. But I think with respect to that project, the governor's committed that that's one we're going to do, and we're going to make sure it happens.
Any more questions? Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Representative Bob Bryant, I didn't see you. You snuck in. He is a valuable member of the Transportation Committee in the House and actually chairs our subcommittee on ports. He does a great job for us. We thank him. Mr. Chairman, a former House member, former senator, former labor commissioner, you know, he's got a lot of hats. We would ask you if you wanted to come forward and welcome us. I didn't see you when you come in, and I apologize for that, or I would have called on you earlier. And while you're coming up, Mayor Jackson is here as well. We want to thank you, and if you want to, after the chairman gives some comments, you're welcome to as well. That's the only one that's not hot.
I really don't know if I can top what Ann Purcell had to say when she welcomed you. So just on behalf of all the citizens of Chatham County, we're happy that the committee is here, and we really appreciate the encouragement that Steve Green provided to get you to come here. And to both chairmen, just thank you, and we really appreciate you being here and appreciate all you do in the legislature. Thank you so much.
Chairman Scott, we thank you as well. You've had a long, distinguished service to this state. We want to thank you for that service. Mayor?
Good morning. Kudos to what Al just said. I want to thank all of you for coming here to the hostess city of the South. We are the first city of Georgia. So all of you that are from other areas, you are welcome home. Steve, I want to personally also thank you for coming. But I want to say one other thing. I'm happy to see Lamar Norton sitting here as a part of this panel because it shows how government can work together with people that are talking for communities across the state of Georgia. We look forward to continue our efforts to work with you, and we do have our concerns. But I can say that the Department of Transportation has worked well with us, and they know that we are going to ask the difficult questions and ask for the services because we are one of the main cities in Georgia. Thank you for coming here to Savannah to hold this wonderful hearing and all of those good things, and we look forward to you doing many, many more of these kind of activities here on the coast. Thank you.
And we thank you, Mayor, for your leadership as well. At this time, I'm going to kind of move around on our agenda here. We've had some added and some that need to leave. So, Mr. Dunley, if you would like to come on forward now, I know that you've got to leave a little earlier with the Savannah Chamber. We'd welcome you to come on. See you here. There you are. Okay.
Thank you. It's actually Delaney, and I'm not with the Savannah Chamber.
Well,
so I'm happy to sit back down again if you'd like me to.
No, I guess I'm mixed up here on my... Well, who are you with then?
I'm with Delaney Industries. We're private industry, so we're focused. I am planning on presenting.
We'll let you go ahead. I apologize.
The Savannah Chamber called me and asked me to.
Oh, okay.
All right. I am not with the DOT, so I'm not going to get grilled, right, Josh?
May get grilled, but
I won't blank out. I hope not. Let's see. Again, my name is Reed Delaney. I appreciate the time in allowing me to present to the panel, and I very much appreciate the interest in our city. I am president of Delaney Industries. We are an industrial company on the east side of Savannah. And from a transportation standpoint, it's something that we wanted to highlight, the East Savannah area. So let's see. East Savannah Industry is 18 companies and growing. with a combined employment of over 750 people, including subcontractors. The former Tronox site, which is located on East Savannah, I'll show you a map in a minute for those of you not from Savannah. At its peak employed over 1,000 people alone when it was in full operation. It is now down to 35 people. We are purchasing it next year and plan to employ back to 1,000 people again when we get it up and running. There's an LNG terminal on the east side that's spending over $2 billion in infrastructure starting next year is what I've heard, and will employ 1,000 people a day during construction at peak times. East Savannah industry is obviously solid and growing. We need the infrastructure to keep up with us, to help us continue to create jobs, and with everyone who travels through the corridor. This is the East Savannah area I'm talking about. Here we go. To give you an idea, we are over here somewhere today, right now. Downtown Savannah is right about here. Here's the LNG facility with the construction going on next year. Oh, apologize. Here is the former Tronox facility that we're purchasing and revitalizing. Here are the port-related industries all along the Savannah River. The first industries as you enter into the Savannah River. The black line is the main highway, East President Street. Oh, don't know why it does that. The green line is the CSX line. The blue line is the former, or still the Norfolk Southern line, but is inactive. You see a circle down here on the bottom, the half clover leaf down here, which is the termination, or at least the origination, of the Truman Parkway. These industries along the Savannah River, along the eastern corridor, are water related and will grow along Savannah as the Savannah River deepening project is fulfilled. East President Street is a major hurricane evacuation route, so all of the residents that live on Tybee, on Wilmington Island, on Tulahi, etc., all use it as a major evacuation route, so it is a critical corridor. Currently, we have congestion at the railroad crossing and truck traffic throughout downtown hampering the evacuation route. So here, where's my mouse? Down here is where we have some critical congestion, and then the trucks continue on through downtown Savannah. Daily traffic count currently is between, from what I've heard, between 30 and 35,000 a day. Just from two industries, again, there are 18 industries on the east side. I unfortunately didn't hear about this meeting until Monday afternoon, so I apologize for the crudeness of the presentation, but we're only able to get data from two companies out of the 18. Here's the growth from the last 6 years, from 2008 to 2013, in rail cars and trucks per year, just from two of the 18 industries. You see a more than doubling growth in rail cars and about a, 20%, about a 20% growth in trucks per year. That's just in two industries. I can guarantee you from the others that they're showing trends very similar to this. Infrastructure needs, drainage and elevation improvements starting in 2015, which are coming up soon, which are a great start, but much more is needed. An idea is to tie the CSX line into an unused Norfolk Southern line, thereby creating a loop on the east side, which could dramatically help the congestion created by the railroad crossings. That is I think, a low cost, and obviously we need the support and help with the railroads. But that's a low cost solution that's more of a Band-Aid solution. It's a short-term help for our east side Savannah. Elevating East President Street, which I believe Thomas & Hutton Engineering Firm created a plan for back in 2008, I think. But elevating the President Street to go over the railroad and rework the Truman tie-in. And constructing an elevated two-lane east-west express on Durin to remove trucks from historic downtown Savannah. That's something that I believe all the industries on the east side are in favor of, although let me make it clear, I'm not speaking for all the industries on the east side. but it would be a much improvement to pull the trucks off of downtown and still give it a cross-city corridor. And that is it. That is the end of the presentation, but I very much appreciate your time. We are growing basically the takeaway is that we are growing on East Side Savannah. We are creating high-paying jobs with our expansion through the former Tronox facility, with the LNG construction. We need infrastructure improvements. We need the accessibility for the hurricane route, and we would very much appreciate any efforts toward this end. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you.
I told you I wasn't going to get grilled like that.
No. All right. Now let's see if I can get back on track here. Ms. Paula Hammond? There she is. She is with Parsons Brinkerhoff? We got that one right. And she has traveled a long distance to be here today.
Now, let me find my, let's go back here. Here we are. Mr. Co-Chairs and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Paula Hammond. I'm Senior Vice President at Parsons Brinkerhoff. Probably more relevant to this discussion is I grew up in the state DOT in Washington State. I had a 34-year career as an engineer, working from the bottom of the agency as I entered as a young engineer all the way through. My last 6 years was Secretary of Transportation for Washington State. What I would like to do today is tell you a little bit about what's happening at the federal level with the Federal Highway Trust Fund. Josh did a good job of talking about how it relates to Georgia itself, but I'll show you some trends, and I'm sorry you'll have to crane your neck to turn around and see the slides, but I'll show you the trends and what's happening and why many states in the country are now not relying on or betting on a federal transportation act with a trust fund that's going to sustain the needs in the way that it has in the past. If you can remember back when the interstate bill was passed in 1956, the year I was born, the federal government paid 90% of the construction of the interstate system. Through the 1980s, they created the Interstate Completion Act and continued to pay 90 cents of every bit of construction on the interstate freeway. Those days are long gone. When we experienced around the country the economic recession, we find that folks aren't driving as much, even today haven't recovered on a per capita basis, miles per vehicle miles, and we're losing purchasing power of our gas tax. Around the country, many states are struggling with that. I'll talk a bit more about that. MAP 21, which is the next iteration of the Federal Transportation Act, and after coming after what was it called? I can't remember all these names. T-Lou, Ice-T, no. Safe-T-Lou, Ice-T, Safe-T. Safe-T-Lou was reauthorized 9 times before they finally passed a MAP 21. Now, this needs to be reenacted. It has only been extended until May of 2015. Our states around the country, local agencies, cities and counties that are represented here today are struggling just to take care of the basic needs of their transportation systems as they're watching their funds dry up. Motor vehicle tax, fuel tax, is the culprit. If you can see this slide, 91% of the trust fund is filled up with fuel tax. Josh talked about how in order to keep the revenues flowing and the programs moving, the federal government, Congress, has had to move some general fund in to keep the highway trust fund sustainable. But what's happening to the purchasing price of gas tax is what folks sort of lose sight of. Even though inflation has been relatively flat through this recession, go back to 1991, this slide is 93, but 1991 was the last time the federal gas tax was raised. That dollar you got at the pump in 1991, or in this case 93, has lost 52% of its purchasing power over time. It's a flat tax. It's not sustainable. And coupled with the fact that we have vehicles that are driving twice and sometimes 3 times as many miles per gallon as they did back in the day, the pennies per gallon collected at the pump are not keeping up. So the revenues are not coming in at the same level, and the purchasing power is also declining. The dashed line on this chart shows the projected outlays. Outlays are what states anticipate and plan to spend on and receive from the federal government for projects that they'll be asking for reimbursement for, like Josh mentioned. But you can see in the 2 darker lines, the receipts in the middle are what is anticipated given this decline in the revenue coming into the Highway Trust Fund. And there was a projection done that if it fell by 21%, it would be even a bigger gap. That gap currently is being filled by the general fund at the Highway Trust Fund level. But as you listen to Congress talk and debate, not only do they not want to raise revenues today, they are getting a little tired of bringing money over from the general fund to help sustain this program. The crisis that we in transportation have been looking at for a number of years is this cliff. The fact that the money is declining over years while our needs tend to grow is one thing, but this chart represents what's going to happen in 2015. Before they pushed the MAP 21 bill out 5 or 6 months, it was going to happen in January or February. They pushed it ahead, so now this same cliff that you see right in the middle in 2015 is projected to be in about October. That means there is no money, basically, essentially, 3.7 billion, spread around the country to sustain a transportation program for the fiscal year of 2015, and that's a crisis. Projects and programs that have been started may have to be stopped if the federal reimbursement or the state reimbursement isn't there to take care of it. And Congress has a very real deadline that they are facing, and a lot of us are trying to help them remember that. So around the country, we know that we're expecting by 2050 to have 100 million more citizens in the United States. There's a lot more freight going to be moved as the economy recovers. And more states are starting to recognize and focus on the fact that the economic vitality of their regions, their states, and our country is very interconnected to the transportation system and the health of the transportation system. Our infrastructure conditions are declining. What we know is that 54% of our roads are in poor or mediocre condition. 1 in 4 bridges need significant repair. How's that freight going to move? And the 33,000 people that die on America's highways and roadways around the country, that's an untenable kind of a safety statistics. And the states and the federal government are working hard to drive that down to 0. But that takes investments. So around the country, a lot of states rely on many different sources. I heard you discussing some today. Fuel tax is primarily the go-to source of revenue, even though it has its problems. Sales tax on fuel. In Washington State, we tax at the rack. We made that choice and that change long ago, and it did help. It's cheaper to collect that way as well. Vehicle registration fees, truck weights, tolls are becoming more popular around the country. General funds are contributing to transportation in some states. In Washington State, we don't have an income tax. We get 0 general funds into our transportation coffers. So we're one of 14 states in the country that don't rely on any general fund to help our transportation system. And there's tools that have been made available. I'll give the federal government credit. The TIFIA, Federal Credit Assistance, that was enacted a few years ago, has been a good program. Garvey bonds, PPPs, public-private partnerships, are still out in the states and in some cases being very successful. The thing to remember about P3s is that it's not free money, it's a financing structure, and that when you rely on borrowing money, you have to pay it back. So flexibility is an issue. I heard it mentioned once today. We've really been asking Congress to give us more flexibility with the federal funds and how they're received, so each state individually can guide those federal funds towards the best use and the way that they want to spend it. But even within our own states, many states have constitutional dedication of gas taxes for highway purposes, transportation purposes, etc., which is good. Until you start thinking about, gee, maybe the state ought to invest a little in an express bus or something that will help ease congestion on a freeway, and then you don't have that ability because you're locked into your source of funds. And there's a lot of debate about whether that's good or bad. States are starting to step up. Looking at what's happening in the federal government as far as the revenues, watching that fund dry up, states are starting to rely less on federal highway trust fund and more towards taking their fate in their own hands. This chart was put together just from 2012 to 2014. 12 states have enacted their own statewide gas taxes. I'll tell you a bit about what Washington did back in 2003 and 2005, but another 19 attempted. So you can see the landscape of the map that all over the country, states are starting to think about how they can help themselves. Also in this time frame, 7 states enabled their local jurisdictions to pass revenue bills or revenue packages as well. So let me tell you just a quick story about Washington State. We hadn't had a gas tax increase since 1991 and had a growing list of projects, improvement, capital improvement, bridge replacement, a lot of infrastructure kinds of projects that we had partially designed or wholly designed, didn't have the revenue to build. So the legislature in 2001 sent the ballot, a bill, 10 cents a gallon out to, 5 cents a gallon out to the voters. It failed. The crisis didn't end and the problems didn't go away. Our economy was thriving in Washington at that time. The legislature said, all right, let's do it ourselves. In 2003, they enacted a 5 cent per gallon gas tax. We called it the nickel. It's your nickel, watch it work, was the sign put on every project that we built with those funds. The point was the legislature line itemed the projects, said these projects will be built, made a promise to the people, the Department of Transportation made a promise to the people, and then we had an accountable performance-based reporting system that told the people what we did with every nickel that we spent. After 2 years, we had so many projects going, there was a bigger appetite because we still hadn't been able to fund the rest. The legislature came back and passed a 9.5 cent gas tax, graduated over 3 years, transportation performance account. Also enacted tolling, because once we figured out that we had these huge corridors in the central Puget Sound area, mountain passes that had been deteriorating, we needed to make investments in our state if we were going to get our goods to market. Our growers, shippers, manufacturers all over the state were crying for transportation improvements. So out of the nickel and the 9.5 cent, 14.5 cent gas tax was bonded at almost 100%. I'll tell you why that's a problem later. But they selected 421 projects with the delivery dates, the budgets, the accountable performance reporting committed, and constant communications was the ethic in Washington State DOT at that time. Here's part of the problem. 421 projects, as you look at how we had the budget developed and bonded, you can see the huge, I called it Mount Rainier, but that is the mountain. And over 10 years or so, we have been building 421 projects that represented $16.3 billion worth of investment. And we're just in Washington State coming to the end of the 2013-15 biennium, and you can see the cliff that we're experiencing. All of that money got scooped up into infrastructure, and there's more projects needed. Some corridors are half built, but one of the problems is bonded at 100%. There's very little money for preservation and maintenance and ongoing operations in the system. And so that's one of the words to the wise. Washington State's gas tax now sits at 37.5 cents per gallon. People scream that it's the highest in the country, and it's a problem. Remember, we don't get general fund in Washington, so you have to do what you do with your gas tax, and it's bonded at 100%. You can see the 14.5 cents that was put towards the nickel and the transportation performance projects, 421 projects. Our cities and counties get 11 cents per gallon as their share for the road maintenance and preservation needs. And 4 cents goes every year to debt service that was funded, that had funded and bonded previous projects from when the nickel and TPA were passed. So out of our 37.5 cents in Washington, we have 8 cents to maintain, preserve, operate, and keep safe the transportation system. The legislature in the last 5 years has recognized that was a problem and have been discussing another dime per gallon gas tax, haven't gotten there yet, but are trying to figure out how to keep moving on the infrastructure investment to keep the economy moving and maintain, preserve, and keep safe the transportation system. They've only got 8 cents per gallon, and Washington State runs the nation's largest ferry system. So we have a ferry system that's sometimes a bottomless pit of money demands. So we learned some lessons. As I mentioned, bonding the majority of the revenue does buy more projects, but when you need the cash, and as the federal funds dry up, which we've been using in Washington State for preservation, I heard you talk about that today. When that dries up, you've got a problem. You can't take care of the basic needs if all of the money is going to debt service. That 14.5 cents the legislature passed, since it was bonded, will be collected at the pump, 14.5 cents per gallon for 30 years to pay for the projects that have been constructed and benefiting the public today. But that's a very long mortgage for people to remember where their money is going. The revenue sources and uses that we have on a constitutional gas tax for highway purposes does cause problems in our state because we're starting to get more interested in an integrated transportation system and how transit and highway capital investment and operations can work together for a better freeway travel and choice for travelers. Essential to the success of Washington's gas tax was the commitments made to the public and the ongoing transparency, communication, and performance reporting that is done on the money that's being spent and the programs that are funded through all of the taxes and transportation. And as I mentioned, the commitment by the agency to report on their performance within the agency and the system, I think, has gone a long way to improve the credibility of the agency. This is happening around the country. MAP 21 created performance measures, performance management as a part of the use of the federal funds. So that will be a part of what states are doing now. More and more states are partnering with business, with each other at a regional, local, and state level to try and get the kinds of projects and investments that will truly make a difference in congestion relief. And when you tell the public that if you're building this project, here's what it's going to do to travel time or reliability, that's been very essential for us in Washington State, to have people know that their money went towards something that was a benefit. And in our state, as Washington continues to struggle now with how to pave the 7,000 centerline miles where there's virtually no more money, no more cash, both the governor and the legislature are working together to try and figure out how to do that. And that was the essential element in the 03 and 05 packages. So it's a lesson that we take very seriously and have been engaging the business community on how to continue the transportation system investments in Washington. Thank you very much.
One, if you could get this slideshow to either Andre or Tracy, or
we've already discussed that. Yeah.
Okay, that would be great. Good information. I've got a question. You talked about in Washington, you have a constitutional amendment that you have to spend motor fuel tax dollars on roads and bridges. But then you talked about the legislature went in and passed in 2005 an increase. Did that have to go with before a referendum, or were they able to do it?
After the failure of the referendum that they sent to the people in 2001, they did it themselves.
How can you in Washington pass a bill that has a dedicated source of revenue without a constitutional amendment then?
Yes.
Okay.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, absolutely.
In 2003, y'all came back and the legislature passed that nickel tax.
Yeah.
And they gave a list, did you say?
Yes.
Project list?
Yeah.
And were those shovel ready so that the citizens saw that the work was being done as soon as they started paying that nickel tax?
Right. The benefit of the 2003 package is it had been 13 years since we'd had an influx of revenue, so we were very busily planning and designing projects, had them on the shelf, if you will. We had a little bit of a problem that when they decided to finally pass the 03 tax, we had to take those out, dust them off, look at our environmental documents, make sure they were current, increase the standards if standards have changed on the design, but very quickly got out there and started constructing. And it was a breath of fresh air, I think, for the citizens to be hearing from the agency. Engineers don't like to brag. We didn't learn bragging in college. And typically, state DOTs don't talk a lot about the good things that they do in transportation. We had to change our culture inside the agency. We talked about everything we did. We talked about what went well and what didn't go well. The public doesn't believe you unless you say, we just screwed up on this and we have to go fix something. Or if you start telling everything, pretty soon they say, okay, these guys are on a different program and we know where our money's going. And that was a huge asset to the 2005 9.5 cent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the information. For those of us that have been on this committee at every meeting, I don't think this is a negative, but there really wasn't a whole lot of surprise up there. It's what we've been seeing. One of the things I continually am amazed at, though, is that we recognize that we have a declining revenue stream. Yet, once again, Washington chose to come up with a gas excise tax, which means that it's going to decline over time. And I'm amazed at how we all keep going back to the gas tax. Can you give me some examples? We saw at a meeting recently, Florida was the first that I've seen that really had some innovative ideas on how to obtain this other revenue. Either in Washington or what you've seen in other states, what are some of the suggestions? So if I may, let's just take raising the gas tax off the table. Let's just say I understand people's desire to do that, but it's a declining revenue. You know, what you're saying is an electric car pays no tax, even though they're on the road every day. And we know there's a lot of people promoting the use of electric cars. So what are some examples, if you could, share that you have either seen successfully or at least discussed that we as a committee can consider when we look at other revenue sources and streams?
What's happening around the country, some states already index their gas tax. So part of the problem where the tax is flat, pennies per gallon isn't sensitive to inflation, some states are starting to index to make sure at least that is taken off the table. But more and more states are realizing that the gas tax is a loser. It's regressive. It isn't working. And Oregon has had successfully completed a couple of pilots on mileage-based user fees. So my pitch when I was a secretary and as I continue to talk about transportation is for us to think about treating the transportation system as the utility that it is, that we pay for the use of the system. And so mileage-based user fees are one way, and the Western states have created a coalition where we're all studying now the eventual transfer off of the gas tax and into a more utility type kind of a payment where you pay maybe a flat rate for maintenance, preservation, and keeping safe. But if you're in an urban congestion area, this is where variable price tolls come in, or a higher rate. The technology is there today. It's being deployed in Europe. But it's kind of scary from a political standpoint, and it's also pretty scary to citizens to not be real comfortable with having someone know where they are every moment of the day, even though our cell phones pretty much do that. So the federal government is watching the Western states to see if maybe they can build some momentum on some pilots and some different ways of collecting fees that have privacy conditions oriented. And as things usually go, if a group of states get something done and kind of bundle a process, then they can push the federal government into considering it more seriously. So that maybe is long-term. Collecting gas tax, especially at the rack, is so inexpensive relative to toll collections and mileage-based user fee, depending on how you do it, that it's a go-to source, and I think that's why states are continuing to use it. So that's what's happening now.
Let me address two things. One is I agree with you on the user fee, and I'm assuming that's probably the origin of the motor fuel tax, because that was the users paying that. On the slide, you talked about one of the things you've done in Washington, I believe it was Washington, was giving the local communities some options. And I know in Florida, they gave them tolling authority so that they could create tolls. Can you explain or expand on what type of local authority the local governments have in Washington for transportation? In
Washington State, the state retains the tolling authority so that locals can't enact tolls on their roadways. There are, as I mentioned, the gas tax is shared with cities and counties, but there's also regional taxing authorities that have been created to allow for either transit, a regional transit district, or a regional highway district to raise basically a sales tax or a motor vehicle excise tax to generate some revenues at the local level. California has its self-help counties.
Only for transit?
Transit or highways. However, they attempted that in 2005, a regional highway and transit referendum, and it failed.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me ask one more quick question. Going back, and there again, you were talking about the federal government on your slide, and with the buying power, how it's decreased over the period of time, and we realize that we've got vehicles getting more miles per gallon, and all. Have y'all done a comparison to see if the feds were to raise the gas tax, at what level would they have to raise it to get back to where they were in 1993?
I heard that number, and I don't remember what it was. Josh, I wonder if you've heard. Was it something like 15 cents a gallon, or? It's 18 now, so just doing the math, it would probably have to be about that much to get it back up, since it's at 52% purchasing power. It's pretty big. And most states that are talking about raising gas tax look at pennies per gallon, or 5 cents, maybe 10 if they're bold. You know, that's the kind of problem that the Congress is facing on a revenue increase.
But if we went just to, and basically if you were talking about it was 50% of the buying power, you roughly back to 18 cents, but that wouldn't sustain us. That would just get us to
and there you go
point.
back into the same problem.
Yeah.
And as much as you want to say, well, let's just forget about that money that's going to the feds. You know, we're all paying 18.5 cents per gallon in our states, sending it to DC and having it come back with strings and programs and different kinds of things. In the end, it's a losing source of revenue over time, and it's just not helping us sustain our systems.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right. Somebody else slipped in, and while Mr. Tom Thompson from the Savannah MPO is coming up, former Senator Eric Johnson snuck in on us over there. We're glad to have you here as well.
Might not be as nimble-fingered as some of the younger people on the block here. End of slideshow, let's see. I want to work. Okay. Chairman Roberts and Goosh, thank you for including me in the list of presentations you have here today. My name is Tom Thompson. I'm Executive Director of the Coastal Region Metropolitan Planning Organization, and also serve as the, if you're local, you'll know what the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission is. Want to just have a shout out to Steve Green for helping us get on the agenda, and Chairman Al Scott for, I think, giving up his slot on here. I'd like to have my staff just stand real quick, Mark Wilkes, Shane Love, and Lakota Wong, just so you recognize that there's a lot of people behind what we do. So what I'm going to do is do a quick review of the role of MPOs. I don't know if you all have MPOs in urban areas in your district. You have MPOs, and I won't spend a lot of time on that. I'm going to give you the very big picture on our local funding needs, and you've heard some of that before, and show you a list of projects, mainly to point out two things: that we are very committed here to sticking to a program and getting projects built, so projects do get built, and also to show that we're also having priorities for projects that are around our port, which is, of course, one of the largest economic generators in our area. I'm going to review some things that I think we can agree on, and it's interesting the prior speakers and some of the questions that you've asked overlap with what I'm going to talk about there, and give you a few ideas to close out the presentation. Okay, I got to learn how to do this. Okay, good. So MPOs are required because the feds say you have to have a local process to determine what your long-range plan is and what your priorities are for using federal funds prior to any funds being authorized. So what we do basically is do long-range planning. Well, let me get back to that. There are 22 members in our MPO, and the point of this slide is show that it's a all-in cooperative, collaborative effort. The chairman of our MPO is Chairman Al Scott. Is he still here? And Mayor Edna Jackson is our vice chair, and all these entities are represented, including our port and our Chatham Area Transit. Chad Reese is in the audience, Hunter Army Airfield, our business community, and our airport. Just want to quickly mention too, there are 3 MPOs in our region. The Hinesville area MPO, Jeff, I saw Jeff out there, raise your hand, and Brunswick and here, and we cover Chatham, parts of Effingham, Bryan County, Liberty, Long, and Brunswick. So it's a process. So there are basically 5 essential tasks that we need to accomplish in order to be eligible for our area, to be eligible for federal funding. We have to have a long-range plan, 20-year plan, must be fiscally constrained. We just adopted ours about a month ago, our update. So we have a brand new update and balanced and meeting all the new federal requirements. And we're going to do another update within a couple of years to add Richmond Hill and Effingham County, because our urbanized area expanded with the census, and we are in the process of doing that also. Have to do a 4-year transportation improvement program. We update it every year. We determine what our priorities are, and with the DOT as a partner, we allocate funding to the priority projects. So we have 4 years of program. We do an ongoing planning work program. I see that doesn't show up all that well on that screen. And we have to do some other things like a congestion management process, planning process, and have a process for how everyone can participate in how we do our projects. So here's our funding status, and this has just been updated in our long-range plan. This is through 2040. We anticipate about $1.2 billion of revenues, and $8.84 billion will come from federal and state sources, and our local special purpose, local option sales tax, we're anticipating about $0.36 billion, or $360 million. Our planned program, most of it obviously goes to roadway construction and related projects, just a little under $1 billion. We also put some priority on non-motorized projects, pedestrian, bicycles, and some other specialized things like that, trails. And safety, of course, is in there, and we have to allocate some for maintenance. So back in Down in the right-hand corner there, you see $3.5 billion. That's from the list of projects that couldn't fit into the financially balanced program. And if you consider that a 50-year program and half of it would be, 1.7 billion or so, that's still, several times the amount of money that, or once again, the amount of money that we have available to us. I want to point out here on the SPLOST slide that our first SPLOST was passed in 1985. I think we've had 6 since then. The slide's one vote out of date. And we've used $479 million for transportation in that period of time. So looking ahead, $380 million out of SPLOST is a reasonable estimate. 31% of our SPLOST revenues have been used for transportation. So we're trying to do things locally. And the point I'm going to make later is that there should be more local authority to do things with revenues that are generated locally. I just want to also point out that interstates are largely, the business of Georgia DOT to determine, what gets funded and when. The green items on this chart here are items that are funded. The others are not. They're things like adding another lane to I-95 through Chatham County, adding lane on I-16 on each direction through Chatham County, and other projects like that. Effingham Parkway is shown there. So I put this picture in just to kind of look at the system we're trying to build here. We're trying to build a high-capacity system, meaning a limited access system, coming in on 21, on 204, more capacity in I-16, more capacity on the interstate. The Truman connection have I like when we were talking about our 204 corridor study, I like to say that you could be downtown Savannah and go all the way to Bangor, Maine without ever hitting a stoplight, because you get on 95, and I've been up there and that's where it ends. So that's what we're trying to build here, and a lot of the $3.5 billion shortfall falls on the interstate system. Now this slide's here not for you to focus on the projects, because without maps and directions you probably won't recognize a lot of these, but the ones on the left side of the column are funded in the next 4 years, including the Tidy Marsh Hen at the top of the next column. And the other projects listed are underway to be partially funded and to need funding. Cawson Bluff Bridge, we mentioned President Street, Mr. Delaney did, hurricane evacuation route. That bridge is the last Bascule bridge coming off the islands that's left. The Skidaway Narrows Bridge was built and opened a short time ago. Gwinnett Street relates to at least to the arena and canal district work that the city's doing. We're trying to support. East and West Duran Avenues, those projects do not include an elevated road at this point, but it's been discussed a lot in the past. Cawson Bluff's about $45 million. Duran projects are about another $72 million. Effingham Parkway, I didn't have a good estimate on that. That's probably $100 million or more. So those projects are out there going to be ready for construction in the not too distant future. Now here are our port-related projects. Jimmy Loach Parkway extension to the port, known as the Last Mile project, and in some quarters it's underway. The next two projects, extending Jimmy Loach to I-16 and putting an interchange at US 80, that's funded within the 4-year program at this point. Grange Road is funded, Crossgate is funded, the Brampton Road connector is underway but won't be funded within the 4 years, and a very interesting plan for State Road 21 corridor is still in the early planning stages. We also have a freight study underway. I want to just thumbnail that by saying our freight study is designed to identify where our infrastructure needs to be improved to support our port largely, our airport, and the railroad movements in town. And also the idea is to look at land use and make sure that we have sufficient land use capacity to build the port-related, warehouse-related type facilities for where boxes can be broken down and sent back out. So that's my spiel about the MPL and what we're doing. Just want to introduce my about 9 ideas about this that are going to be repeats of other people by saying that, here's some things we can agree on. And this is number 1, I think. Transportation is about jobs and economic development. Infrastructure creates the basis for which all other development can build around. I've been in the transportation infrastructure business for about 35 years in the planning end, and that's a truism that I don't think can be debated. Our Georgia Ports Authority is a major economic engine that largely at this point relies on the road system to move freight out of the port and to all the destinations. A lot of it goes towards Atlanta. There's a $75 billion funding gap according to the GOT commissioner that I think I understood correctly, and Georgia's the 49th in per capita spending on transportation, which is a lot lower than it was in the 80s. Now we talked a lot about this today, about federal funding levels are uncertain and expected to stay flat. I think even if they solve the funding problem in Washington, we're not going to see a big increase in revenue for a while. And it would be a good goal to reduce dependence on federal funds, which we talked about already, would speed up delivery because you'd have local Georgia policies and procedures in place instead of all the federal strings that's been mentioned. Mr. Chairman, my take on the takedown of 18 cents, I proposed that about 20 years ago and people laughed at me, is you just take that, you have it deauthorized at the federal level, you reauthorize it at the state level or some equivalent, and that cuts those strings for the process and would speed things up. So that's on my list I think we can agree on. And I think most importantly, and you've heard a lot of different ideas today, it will likely take a menu of options to raise enough revenue to address our transportation needs. So it's a big job. You have a tough job. I read some recent studies in preparing for this a couple of years ago. DOT had a research thing done, and the one sentence takeaway from it is none of the ideas to raise revenue get above the line that you all as elected officials would want to see. They're all, the top one I think was tolls, and it's like 42% of the interviewed people supported. Everything else was way lower. So you have a very tough job, but I think our job is to educate people about that first line, about how transportation infrastructure is important for our economy, to maintain our growth. The investment is vital to our economic growth. And that means we'll all have to push for tough choices in the legislature. The sort of the sign, the buck stops with you guys with a lot of these things. So it's going to be tough choices. But I don't think you're alone. There was a slide a minute ago about what states are doing. I came across this. 23 state governors have approved an increase in either their state gas tax or state sales tax on gasoline, a total of 32 times since 1997. 6 states approved increases in transportation-related user fees, and voters approved 73% of the 425 transportation referendum initiatives that have been undertaken since then. That'd be an interesting study, just as an aside, to see how many elected officials that were involved in those decisions are still in office. So that's why I go back to my statement that things are going to be tough. So, all right, some of these ideas, this is very general outline. Some of these ideas have been mentioned, but I'm just going to fill in with my 2 cents worth on this. This has been mentioned several times. Use the 4th penny sales tax for transportation. That means you've got to replace the revenue and general revenue somehow to make up for the difference. I'm going to mention the second one at the same time. Pay off debt with general revenue bonds, the debt of DOT that DOT is paying off with fuel tax. All right, there's a lot of ways to approach this. If you all have been talking about doing things to make Georgia more business friendly and the revenues increase, my suggestion would be put your priority on infrastructure, use those increase in revenues to pay off the debt and to give back the 4th penny. Now, if none of that works, I know this is going to sound crazy, but how many people know how much the price per gallon is right now and what it was 2 weeks ago? Sometimes they're 20, 30 cents difference in just a short period of time. So my question is anybody really going to notice? Maybe your opponent in an election will say you raised the gas tax, and that's the problem. I realize that, but you know, index it, that's a good idea, or increase your fuel tax 1 penny a year for 5 years. I think the gas tax is a short-term type of revenue, has been mentioned already, but I think it's a stopgap measure to help us continue investing in infrastructure until we figure out what those next things are to do, like VMT, which is on my list too. You can give the counties another crack that didn't pass it on T-SPLOS. My criticism of the format in our area is that our 10 counties don't relate to one another. I think Effingham, Bryan, Liberty, maybe Long, Bullock maybe. We all relate. We're a labor shed, like in Atlanta. We're a labor shed area, not those counties to the south. And I think we didn't have enough common interest to all get behind it here locally. So you could give us another chance reconstructing it somewhat, or abandon that, do a statewide sales tax referendum. Another bad idea politically, but you know, it raises a lot of money. And then there's a whole that report I read that was done a couple years ago. They had identified 78 different kinds of fees and taxes and stuff for transportation. You could look at that laundry list and see if there's some things that would help in a small way to take care of that. Here's where I kind of go to my Florida experience. I want to mention that I was in Florida 22 years, worked for the Florida DOT, worked for Planning Commission, did consulting work. And if Florida hadn't been mentioned, I wouldn't mention it. But in addition to allowing local expressway authorities to be created locally, they also have 11 cents local option gas tax that can be passed. 10 of those can be passed by a majority, I think it's a simple majority vote of the county commission. Okay, 1 cent has to be a referendum. They also have, for the larger charter counties that qualify, a 1% sales tax that is required to have a referendum, and many of those counties have passed it, although where I came from, it's failed the last time they tried. So what I'm saying is give local governments where in urban areas where they're specialized, focused on infrastructure needs to do something locally and have it apply locally. And this idea at the bottom of this chart here, create legislation to allow one or more counties to create an expressway authority, the full gamut of authority, decentralize that from the state. Where it's been done, usually there's a gubernatorial appointee or two on the board, and there's ways of writing it to keep some the bigger picture items in there. But Florida, I think, has about 7 local expressway authorities and a turnpike enterprise, they call it, a statewide system. And there hasn't been a limited access roadway built in Florida for about 30 years that isn't a toll road. Now, tolls aren't real popular in Georgia, as I've been told by some folks, but it's one way to fund our transportation system. And the last couple of points here, I think we need to start laying the groundwork for the VMT, the vehicle miles traveled type tax, however it's collected. And I would propose that we go to the feds and say, we want a demonstration project in Georgia, like those states out west are doing. I think Washington State didn't, you all do in Tacoma County or whatever, is that the right county? Did a test case several years ago of this. So, and then, not to leave my friends in transit out, I know we have a constitutional prohibition against using fuel tax for transit, but I think in this discussion you should, if you don't want to, go get the voters to vote on that, to change that, I think you need to find another dedicated source. There needs to be a continuing, a predictable revenue source to help support transit operations in the systems that we have around the state, and also maybe some focused programs that have special funding for all the technology that's out there today that can help us be more efficient. So I tried to make that really quick. I'm known for not doing that, but if there are any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You touched on something that I want to ask you on that we touched on yesterday, because your MPO includes municipalities and counties that abut another state, and that other state has different taxing provisions. I heard a story yesterday in Augusta where local businesses felt that they were at an economic unfair advantage because of the tax rates on gasoline competing across the border. And so I'll ask you the same question I asked them. Within your MPO or in every local government, would it be an advantage if you had the ability to make your 3 cents flexible so that if you made a economic decision to lower that from 3 cents to 2 cents to 1 cent to 0, as long as that 1, 2, 3, or maybe even increase it, went to gasoline, went to roads and bridges within your community on the tax on motor fuels? Let me state that a little clearer. So if you wanted to have to lower your local sales tax on gasoline down to 2 cents or 1 cent, you could do that. But part of the process is that you dedicate that 1, 2, 3 pennies to local transportation projects. Would that be an advantage to you? Now, if you had to make up the tax somewhere else, you have that ability, but it allows you to address the lack of competitiveness in competing across state lines.
I may not understand your question entirely. I know the local option taxes when you pass them in a jury.
No, I'm talking about just purely the sales tax, the local sales tax, the 3 cent sales tax and on fuel.
Only on the fuel part, okay.
Because there's a big discussion going on. It's kind of the ugly rhinoceros head in the room. The fact that Georgia is one of the few places that allows sales tax on motor fuel tax. And so, but in doing that, and ACCG and GMA gave us a list yesterday which showed a substantial investment in transportation. We're not saying that it doesn't go to transportation. But, so I'm asking specifically, would it be an advantage to have that ability to eliminate that in your marketplace? But I would also want to make sure that any fuel tax that you do charge, any tax on fuel, does go to transportation projects. Are you aware of competitive situations, I guess, in the first place here?
I'm not sure I'm that familiar, but go ahead, Mary.
The fuel tax south between Savannah, because we're about South Carolina.
Yeah.
And that's where, because you can go across the bridge. The good part about Savannah, though, is that...
Madam Mayor, please stand up under that mic, please.
Thank you. The good part about Savannah is there is not a service station within 30 miles, maybe 20 miles of South Carolina, going into South Carolina. Whereas Augusta, you just cross the bridge.
Right, and we heard of Georgia businesses closing their stations going to South Carolina because, therefore, we lost jobs to South Carolina because in South Carolina they didn't have the tax charge.
That's right. I think that is something that we have to look at. I don't think I could make a decision or, without talking about it, but I will take it back to our council. You can take it back to MPO, and we need to talk about that because you're also talking about Florida and the Florida border as well. And we do have an opportunity to talk with the the communities in those areas.
And then obviously GMA and ACCG can weigh in at the appropriate time. But it's recognized that local government does a lot for transportation. I'm just trying to address what I heard yesterday with real examples of jobs were leaving Georgia going to South Carolina because of this.
Well, I was going to say one of the side effects of the suggestions I made for local option gas tax or sales tax is that you have the border, and if you can't really get it enforced or put in your region, a place like Tampa is kind of big enough. It's really hard to get across the bridge to Pinellas, but actually most of that region is in the same page as far as their gas taxes and sales taxes are concerned. So in implementing it, I guess my reaction might be to go across to South Carolina and say, why don't you increase your fuel tax so that we're in balance? But anyway, yeah. Is there another question I could maybe answer?
Senator Lucas.
Mr. Hudson, we're at a crossroads, and it's going to depend on citizens like yourself. Let me ask you a question. If we would take the e-laws, the laws, and the SPLOST, and put a constitutional amendment in that says that any governments that collect any of that money off motor fuel will have to go into transportation projects. Now, I understand the government say, well, we spend more than that. But then we can categorically look at what's being spent on transportation since you're collecting that penny. And it's really not a penny, it's a percent of the total sales. So if we did that, that would help with transportation projects, but it would also list them, because it would say that you couldn't spend that money on just anything. It has to be a transportation project, such as your boards of education. They got school buses. That's transportation. And I would assume some of them, when they do the e-laws, do it, but they spend it on other things outside of transportation. Now, you as a citizen, could you support an idea like that, that money's taken off motor fuel, those taxes, have to go or dedicated to transportation projects, and then list them? When you collect the money, you list them so that we'll know what you're doing with the money. Not that the money will be spent on other projects outside of transportation, and that's that money that's collected on motor fuel. Would you have a problem with that as a citizen?
Well, it's a very interesting idea. I hadn't thought of it because I've never drilled down to that level at the retail level and so on. But if you could measure it accurately and dedicate it to that, I'm not sure what the effect on local government would be, because we're spending about 20% of our SPLOST funds now on transportation and drainage relating to transportation. So we may already be at that level. I was an advocate in our last SPLOST thing. I'm speaking for myself, but I was representing the MPO consensus position that half of the money should be spent on transportation. But I'm an infrastructure wonk, you know, and so I think that's where it should go. But the impact would be to local governments, because they're spending that money, and that would mean, as a city taxpayer, I might pay more property taxes to make up that shortfall. So it's a complicated issue. It's an interesting idea that I think should be explored to see what the numbers are.
Well, the reason I say that is that you talked about the T-SPLOST. And what happened in a lot of those smaller communities is that, number one, Savannah is a trade area. They have the shops. So basically, 40% of the money is from outside Chatham County, the folks coming in buying stuff.
Right.
But if you list those transportation projects and say that the money can only be spent, now you're only talking about that money that's collected from motor fuel. Not talking about off of other sales and stuff. Only on motor fuel that goes directly to transportation projects, and you list them. For instance, when you do a SPLOST, by state law, you have to put what the money's going to be spent for, so citizens will know what you're spending the money for if they pass a SPLOST referendum. You have to list those projects.
Right.
So what I'm asking is, and only a possibility, if we were to do that, would you support it?
I'd still want to see the numbers, but I do agree that it should be like the rest of the SPLOST, where you have a list that says this is what we're going to do with the money, and it'd be accountable for the production of that. That should certainly be part of it.
Absolutely. Get your mic. We want to make sure we get your report.
My question is going to be a little bit shorter, but sort of more to the point. You mentioned, you know, giving areas another crack at T-SPLOST, but with some tweaking. Could you elaborate a little bit more? And let me also add, I congratulate you for coming up with a specific list of suggestions. We need that, but sort of building on that a little bit more with your thoughts about tweaking T-SPLOST in order to make it something that could get passed the next time. If you could give us any more thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I think that the disjoint between regional interests is certainly one to look at. You know, the legislature did the districts of convenience, which were the regional council districts, and that made sense and was easy to do and write into the law. But in the practical sense, locally, you know, there's relationships that are different on the north end of our coast and the south end, and I think the sales effort is different. We were expecting $531 million in the 10-year period, which basically almost doubles our program, because right now that program I showed you is $45 million a year, so that would doubled our local program. So it's very important. I think I would look at, I think I wouldn't change much else. I mean, I think that just the area that is related to one another should be better defined. Most of the procedures, a collaborative process to identify the list, I thought all those things were very good. Our chairman, Lakakis, was the chairman, and he represented us on that committee and worked on it, and many others probably here. I think that process just needs to be given another chance to pass.
In regards to reshaping the districts, would it be helpful to you in your mind to simply allow 2 or more counties to come together and let them choose their region in effect?
Actually, yes.
From the state?
I think it probably should be more than one county because of the reason.
Well, that's what I'm saying, 2 or more.
Yeah, two or more. I think that's exactly right.
More,
so,
more.
Yeah, 2 or more. I mean, we could do a Bryan, Effingham, Chatham, for example, and that there's a lot of common interest about. I forget the exact numbers, but there's a majority influx of jobs, people coming from Effingham and Bryan County, working in Chatham County and going out. So certainly transportation linkages between our counties are very, very important. Good ones.
Once again, thank you for coming in. Thank you for being specific.
Thank you. Good question.
All right. Any more questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Next, Mr. Parker, HNT. You gonna let Dave come? Do you think that's a good thing?
Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I speak from here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you.
Just in the way, I'm Mr. Parker's introducer, I guess that's the word. Okay, great. That way you guys don't have to crane your necks as much. My name is Dave Williams. I'm the Vice President of Infrastructure and Government Affairs at the Metro Atlanta Chamber. I just wanted to give a very brief introduction to Mr. Parker because we're working together on a project that I think I've shared with some of you. In a very, very short summary, our organization is 154 years old. I'm going to skip ahead to year 140, which was right around the year 2000, 2001. Our business leaders engaged significantly on what we refer to as making the business case for transportation investment, for additional investment. We had come through the period of the Olympic Games. We had really stopped doing major capital expansions and were sort of coasting. A number of studies were commissioned, consultants were involved, a number of you were involved, and that really partially made the case and was the basis for what ultimately the legislature enacted as we know now as the TIA. We've been in several parts of the state where that's been done. Well, in the course of these meetings and events, what we didn't want to fail to account for is restating and reiterating that business case for transportation, for additional investment in transportation. And my boss, CEO Hala Moddelmog, has been championing this effort among our business leaders. And so I wanted to introduce Jeff Parker. Jeff is with HNTB here in Georgia, formerly the Commissioner of Transportation for the state of Connecticut. And we have commissioned EY, which is on our board of directors. Carol Lloyd is on our board of directors. They do global. They have a global practice for real estate. They advise world-leading companies on where they should be, where they should relocate to, where they should expand, where they should contract, and so forth and so on. But I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, just a little bit of the groundwork about the business case for transportation. Its work is underway, and I'll be quiet and let Jeff talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Just a little bit about HNTB. We're a 100-year-old full-service infrastructure firm that's been here in Georgia for about 37 years. And we're working closely with many of the providers of transportation systems, the public entities like GDOT, to advance projects. And one of the things we're working closely with E&Y actually on 285-400 to run that program as the project manager for GDOT. So the Chamber has asked both Ernst & Young and HNTV to work together to really build the business case for the transportation investment and lay out the benefits, both direct and indirect benefits that we all would get in investment. What we're looking to do is really to lay out the projects that have been identified. Keith Golden yesterday did a wonderful job articulating all the needs from maintenance to large-scale projects around the state that need to be done, and there's plenty of sources of information that we will have access to lay out what the needs are. But really the product that we're going to produce with Ernst & Young is to build that business case and lay out the benefits to clearly articulate so that folks can speak from not just the notion that there's benefits, but clearly see what sort of economic benefits are going to be derived from investment in transportation. So I'm going to leave it at that. I know you've got a long agenda.
All right. Any questions?
You know, I would just add, you know, we obviously at the Metro Chamber want to be behind the legislative body getting this work done. But our business leaders, you know, do feel it's important that we sort of do an ROI or return on investment and really understand the business case. Because one of the things that we get told about businesses not moving to Atlanta, you know, they say every big city has congestion. You know, all the cities that we compete with, everybody has congestion, so that's not the issue. The issue for us is that we don't have a plan to fix it. And most every other place that they go does have a plan. So, you know, what we would be hoping to bring here is, you know, basically some data to sit behind whatever you guys decide needs to be done. So just to put a point on that.
Well, thank you. We thank you for your leadership as well in the Chamber. Y'all doing a great job.
Yeah, Dave just reminded me that it's our intent to have this done in time for a future meeting so that we can see at least a draft of the report and share it with you.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you. All right. Mr. Ed Kroll with the Georgia Motor Trucking Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see what we can do here. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to play musical chairs one more time. If we can get the screen to come on. All right, I'm going to look for technical help if I can get it. Did someone? I'll blame the MPO guy. Did he turn this off? It's on my screen set to present, but it's obviously not up there. Oh, okay. High tech. Thank you, sir. There we go. There we go. Okay. Obviously, I'm not presenting a technology event. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you all for having me. And to the representatives and the citizen appointees and senators, thank you for giving us a moment to talk about this. I am Ed Kroll, the President and CEO of the Georgia Motor Trucking Association. We are the statewide association that represents the industry. We represent approximately 80% of the freight that's moved on surface transportation by trucks in this state. And I want to do a couple of things here briefly, and I also want to specifically address some questions that we heard from Representative Hamilton and from Senator Lucas, because I have some of the answers to what you were seeking. I also want to be sure to tell you at the front end I'm a fiscal conservative, and we are very fiscally conservative as an organization, but you're going to hear us talk about some solutions and about some new revenues. And so I want to make that clear. The first thing I want to do is introduce to you the trucking industry, because we're sort of the quiet giant of logistics, the quiet giant, if you will, of transportation. James Flexner called George Washington the indispensable man. And I have before used that analogy with trucking. We are the indispensable part of logistics. The Savannah port's wonderful. The airport is wonderful. The rail system's wonderful. We have nothing but friends in all of those industries, but none of them survive, and logistics in the state doesn't work without the trucking industry. And I want to show you some big numbers. All right, we'll go through these big numbers and help explain what I mean by the fact that we're the indispensable part of the logistics industry. Let me start with this. First number is 85%. 85% of all the manufactured freight that moves in this state moves on trucks. Now, rails do a great job. In fact, I saw Joel Harrell from Norfolk Southern. I think congratulations are in order because I think Norfolk Southern just won a deal to move Toyota SUVs down to the Port of Brunswick. And that's going to be great. And, you know, we're happy for them. But if you're going to go get an SUV at your local dealer, it got there on a truck. 85% of the manufactured freight that moves in this state. And Representative Hamilton, you asked about rural communities. Look at the bottom number. 76% of the communities in this state are served only by trucks. If we don't take care of surface transportation and make sure that trucks can get there, you're going to see more of the death of rural communities. We're the people who bring things out to them. Up in the mountains or down in South Georgia or in Middle Georgia, it's got to go on a truck to get there. Okay. The top number there, 1,764,682,300, is the pounds of freight we move every day. The trucking industry moves almost 1.8 billion pounds of freight every day here in the state. Now, when I say we don't have anything but friends, that's partly because we honestly don't really have any worries about the future. You heard it from earlier speakers. Trucking is growing. Transportation and logistics are growing. These are some projections from 2010, the actual mix. And you see in that 2010, the big red piece of the freight pie, 67.2% of the freight moved in the country was moved on truck. If you look, the projections for 2022, after rapid growth in air transport's the fastest growing kind of freight transport there is. Rail intermodal, which is rail interfacing with ports or rail interfacing with trucks, is also very fast growing. After all their fast growth, the projection is that in 2022, instead of moving 67% of the freight on trucks, we'll be moving 70% of the freight on trucks. Our percentage growth is slower, but our actual growth is larger than anyone else because we provide the speed and the flexibility that the marketplace demands. And I'm not saying that as a sales pitch. I'm saying that to simply make the point we've got to make sure that we take care of our roads and bridges because that's where the freight is really moving, and that's what makes us really competitive as a logistics-oriented state. Whoops. I got to go back. Let me get back. I want to show you this one, too, because we're here in Savannah. And, of course, there's great news for the Port of Savannah, and I won't steal Curtis Folt's thunder. He can tell you all about that. But I want to show you what the Port of Savannah looks like when the freight leaves the boat. Okay? When it comes off the ships, you see the real dark upper cutout corner there, and then the pattern of the road systems. This is where freight flows when it comes out of the Port of Savannah. And the nice part about this is look how much goes down to Jacksonville. All right? They could go to the Port of Jacksonville, but they don't. They come to Savannah, and then we truck it down into Florida for them. That's nice. Same thing in South Carolina. So it's just, tweak the folk in Charleston a little bit. The Port of Savannah is doing an incredible job. But you can see how it serves the entire Southeast by trucks once it comes off of those ships. All right? One other different look at that is this is a sample that we took of real traffic from 500 trucks that left the Port of Savannah. All right? And this is how far they go in 24 hours. And where they serve in the Southeast. This is those same 500 trucks tracked real time after 7 days. And yes, you're seeing that right. From the Port of Savannah, we're serving Idaho and California. All right? It's strange to think, but that's how effective the Port of Savannah is, that people bring stuff in here, bring materials in here in order to get it everywhere else in the country. That's just 500 trucks. Now, the numbers are in the tens of thousands, of course, that move. We've touched on this. We've talked about it. The issue, the real heart of the issue is what happens to the taxes that are collected. The very first meeting, the DOT commissioner said that the average Georgian pays about $85 in fuel taxes a year to the state. The key to that is to the state. The average Georgian actually pays closer to $200 a year in fuel taxes, but it goes other places. Now, it's strange to think in a state that has a constitution that says that all the monies derived from motor fuel taxes will go to state DOT. Somehow, an awful lot of it goes somewhere else. Georgia is not a low-tax state when it comes to fuel taxes. We actually rank 18th or 17th in fuel taxes. And as you can see from the red bar, a whole lot of it is already indexed because it's a sales tax. The price of fuel goes up, the price of the tax goes up. All right? But what happens with diversion is we end up looking like this. In terms of what actually goes to DOT, we're down at 47th. And someone else today said 49th, and I imagine it's just a difference in the years that we're looking at. So much of that money that's collected on fuel taxes goes somewhere else. And Senator Lucas, you mentioned that earlier, and we'll get into specifics about that, but as an industry, we would really like to see the money we pay in fuel taxes go to the roads and bridges that we run on. Now, let me back up for one slide here. Y'all have seen this, you're all familiar with this. This is our three-tiered tax system. All right? It's a little convoluted. It's incredibly convoluted if you're in the trucking industry. And I want to get into some specifics here. And usually when I do this, people's eyes glaze over, so let me try with a little example. All right? Imagine that you drive to work every day and you pass a Chick-fil-A, a Starbucks, and McDonald's. And some days you stop at Chick-fil-A. Most days you stop at Chick-fil-A. You buy your breakfast. Occasionally you feel like splurging $5 for a cup of coffee, so you stop at Starbucks. And once in a while you stop at McDonald's. Okay? At the end of the month, you've had breakfast every day. It's all good. No problems. Imagine, though, if you had to then, at the end of the month, fill out paperwork and account for every day where you stopped, what you ate, and then pay money to equalize so that the folk at Starbucks got enough money from you to match what the folk at Chick-fil-A got from you to also match what the folk at McDonald's got from you. That doesn't sound like a very good system, does it? That's what truckers do. All right? What we have to do is we, as a trucking industry, cars pay tax where they purchase the fuel. Truckers pay tax where we operate. And a couple of you have asked, and Representative Hamilton, I think it was you, asked about what you heard in Augusta yesterday, about whether the border is an issue. The border is a huge issue for the trucking industry, and yes, convenience stores and truck stops have closed down and gone out of business, and it's all because of the way the state handles fuel tax. Georgia, decades ago, signed into something called the International Fuel Tax Agreement, IFTA. It applies only to commercial trucks. It doesn't affect cars. It doesn't affect non-commercial diesel, diesel pickup or diesel car. It only affects commercial trucks that operate in interstate commerce. Those commercial trucks, like the Chick-fil-A example, have to file paperwork every month and say, here's where I ran, here's where I bought fuel, here's where I ran in the state that I ran in, and so I owe that state taxes on its fuel tax, whether I bought fuel there or not. Okay? Georgia truck operators pay $773 million a year in state and federal taxes. Yep. The state of Georgia doesn't get all that. We turn around and we have to share it out. Here's an example. Let me explain how it works. If a truck operator buys 1,000 gallons in South Carolina, he uses half in South Carolina and half in Georgia, he reports that usage. He gets a credit for the taxes he paid in South Carolina, netted against the taxes due in Georgia, where he drove but he didn't buy any fuel. Okay? That's great. South Carolina then cuts a check to Georgia and sends him a check for the amount owed because they collected it all from the trucker. But it doesn't work in Georgia, because what happens in Georgia is a truck operator buys his 1,000 gallons in Georgia. He uses 500 gallons in Georgia, 500 in South Carolina. He reports his usage to Georgia, but he doesn't get any credit for the local taxes paid. So when he goes to South Carolina, they say, well, you only paid about 16, 17 cents a gallon in Georgia instead of the 34 or 35 cents he actually paid. So he has to then, the trucker has to then cut an additional check to South Carolina and pay additional monies. Right? Only Georgia has that rule. Only Georgia allows local taxes to be placed on the fuel, motor fuel in that regard. Some other states that have excise tax on fuel, they do it all as a state-level tax. All right? That creates a unique problem for Georgia. We've surveyed 500 trucking companies and found that almost all of them, 80% of them, have written policies about not buying fuel in the state of Georgia. They'll buy the minimum to get across the line, and then they'll fill their trucks up. Because then they're writing their reports as if they bought fuel in South Carolina or Alabama or Florida, and they're sending that back to Georgia for a tax credit. Where if they bought the fuel in Georgia, they would actually be losing money because they'd have to pay double to pay those other states. Representative Hamilton, that's the heart of what's the problem in Augusta. Y'all are familiar with Pilot truck stops. The CEO of Pilot has said publicly that they will never build another truck stop in Georgia until we fix this problem, and that they're probably going to close a few down because they're just getting killed. Truckers won't buy. And of course you lose jobs. You lose the convenience store jobs, you lose all the ancillary jobs, and my personal fear is eventually you lose trucking companies, because as people start moving more and more of their business somewhere else, a trucker from South Carolina can come down and pick up freight in Georgia, just like a Georgia trucker can. Well, if he's got a distinct advantage in fuel taxes because he does that, he may be tempted to base in South Carolina eventually. So that's a real specific problem we have, and we have a real specific offer of a solution, or a request, if you would. We just went through that. This can be fixed because the issue is the way the state assesses the tax. If you treat the tax on diesel as an excise tax only at the state level, only cents per gallon, so you convert it to 32, 35, whatever the appropriate number is, the problem goes away. Then all the interstate operators are treated the same, they all write the same numbers, and they all get the same reports. And the state of Georgia gains revenue. Because the other side of the way we do taxes now is that a Georgia trucker pays those local taxes, but an out-of-state trucker who does not buy fuel when they travel through Georgia doesn't pay any local taxes. So they have that economic advantage over a Georgia trucker who bought fuel in the state. So if you have a diesel tax and it's all diesel and there's no sales tax on diesel, then you've got an even playing field in that level of competition between truckers from inside the state of Georgia, from outside the state of Georgia, and you've just flowed more money to DOT without raising taxes. All right? The other way to do it that's not as clean and simple is simply to take the sales tax and say it's a state-level tax and then have DOT remit to local counties some of the ways they do with other state sales taxes. DOR, I guess, would be doing the remitting that to the counties. But you'd have to be sure to net what you have to report back out or what you have to pay back out to the out-of-state truckers. Otherwise, the DOT would actually end up worse off if it had to pay out the monies to the out-of-state truckers without being able to keep the local taxes in its system. All right? That's a very specific problem. It is unique to the interstate trucking industry. It's very solvable, and we hope that you will undertake to take a look at it. I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on some other things. We think it would return the diesel fuel tax, return it to a true user fee. I said at the beginning I'm a fiscal conservative because now I'm going to argue why you should raise the fuel tax. It makes me cringe when people sit here and say, "Oh, it's a declining tax, it's a dying tax." Zell Miller once said to me, "People want state government run like a business, and that's usually pretty good." Well, businesses have to raise their prices sometimes. Who in this room hasn't raised the price in their company for 23 years? The only reason fuel tax isn't working is because we haven't raised the price in 23 years. And the lady who presented this chart, it showed that the purchasing power from 91 to the present was a 32% decline. Okay? That would be an 8.5-cent increase in the fuel tax over 23 years in order to keep the same purchasing power. It's projected to go down to a 52% climb, but that was 10 years out from now. So it's not a failed tax. And the reason I say I can argue for it as a fiscal conservative is because it is the single most efficient tax there is to take on fuel or take on any kind of road use. The studies that have been done, and I'm going to leave one with Tracy, and I commend it to you. It's a study done that looked at tolling, looked at VMT, looked at some other alternatives. Nothing is more efficient, gets you more bang for your buck than the fuel tax. It's less than 1% cost to collect the fuel tax. It can be a 30% cost to do tolling. It can be a 20 to 30% cost to do VMT. Some of these alternatives will put you in exactly the same bind. Another problem with some of the alternatives is that they're going to suffer from the same problems. If you think you have a problem with fuel tax because people are driving less, and people are driving less, well, if you go to vehicle miles traveled, people are still going to be driving less. You're going to be back here doing a study about whether or not you should raise the VMT rate. The only problem is you'll get less bang for your buck out of VMT than you would out of a fuel tax. There are easy ways to deal with other things. Alternative fuels are not difficult. They can be taxed on a gallon equivalency basis. That is, whether it's natural gas or propane or some other alternative fuel, you simply look at the energy density and say, okay, how much of this does it take to match what you get from a gallon of diesel or a gallon of gasoline, and that's the tax rate for that fuel. Right, if you want to tax it on that basis. You can tax it on a system basis. The easiest answer for electric vehicles is to simply have a subscription and pay either a monthly fee or a one-time upfront. I think someone mentioned it about Florida does $200. Whatever number you want to pick. People pay monthly bills for their cell phone. Why not pay a monthly bill for their electric car? $20 a month to put your electric car on the road to cover the wear and tear and use of the system. Okay? Pay it all at once when you buy the car, or pay it monthly. There are simple ways to deal with the alternatives, but they're the margins. The real money and the real efficiency is in the fuel tax. If you fix the problem that we have in interstate commerce, then you raise money right there without raising revenue. And if you understand that the fuel tax efficiency isn't matched by anything else, it's an encouragement to get the most bang for the buck by dealing with the fuel tax. So I will be glad to stop there and tell you that diversion's a major issue. We've talked about it. We have 213,000 people in this state that work in the trucking industry, and we're all very serious and very ready to be part of the solution. So with that, I'll be glad to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Ed, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We're seeing more and more trucking companies convert to alternative fuels, liquid petroleum, natural gas. How are they paying their road tax on those alternative fuels?
Georgia currently taxes, and just started, taxes diesel on a gallon equivalency basis, just what we just discussed.
Right.
And most of those companies that are converting because they have shippers or customers that want them to convert.
So do some of the bigger companies have their own fueling stations?
Yes, they do.
How do they pay for that fuel then? They just turn it in monthly?
Yeah, they report it just like any fuel jobber would.
Okay.
Can you get that slide?
Tracy, yeah, I already sent it to her, and I apologize for not bringing hard copies.
I think you'll have to go back over that report again about the international tax fee, but not today. But
no, that's
soon.
fine. Like I said, people's eyes glaze over with that, but it's a problem for us. I'm also going to leave Tracy with this study that was done, and I can supply more copies of it. It was done by the American Transportation Research Institute. And I will tell you, just in closing, I'll cause some trouble with other people. I would advise you to run, not walk, away from ideas like VMT. Because if you ever go to vehicle miles traveled, you'll find that no construction company, no landscaper ever buys gasoline. Because all they have to do is put in their lawnmower and it doesn't get reported. And then they can just siphon it out and put it in their truck. It's so easy to evade things like VMT, it's not even funny. You tax fuel tax at the rack or at the distributor level like you are now, you've got incredible efficiency. And that means you're doing better for the people because most of the money that's paid in tax actually does some work. So,
I think we have some more questions.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ed.
You mentioned, I was just curious whether or not you had a dollar figure in terms of how much we're losing in tax revenue per year underneath our present system, how much we could collect back if we go to what every other state's doing.
There are a couple ways to look at it. At a minimum, $500 million a year is being diverted from the fuel tax to local taxes and to other things like that. Now, you'd have to drill down further into the diesel-only side of it. A penny of diesel tax is roughly $45 million in tax that comes into the state of Georgia, out of the $180 million that a 1% penny would be. So when you're leaving 16 cents a gallon, roughly 15, 16 cents a gallon out of those out-of-state truckers, if you take that number, run it, and multiply it by the number of gallons they report to the state of Georgia, you get a number, but conservatively, you're probably looking at $250,000 a year.
Anyone else? Ed, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, actually, my question is, let me explain something that may have been said earlier by me. Forsyth County, the county I live in, receives about $9 million a year in local sales tax on motor fuels. I can assure you we spend way more than $9 million a year on transportation projects in my district. So I'm not saying, my question a while ago was not about thinking that the money's not going to transportation, it was more on the competitive thing. But you just said something that I want to clarify. What I want to know is, what is the dollar that you're talking about, not local, but is there a dollar that you're claiming that that we're losing because of this tax going back and forth? You were using the example of South Carolina and Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
so what is that number? Exclude the local stuff. I'm talking about that number. What do you estimate that we are losing, if you will, to South Carolina or other states?
That number is conservatively north of a $250 million mark, and it probably is much higher by having run the numbers.
I would be interested in seeing how you came up with that number.
Sure.
So if you can,
Be glad
not
to.
today.
Be glad to.
If you'll get this committee.
Yeah.
I mean, $250 million is a very bold claim, and so if that's true, I'm not doubting you, but I'd just like to see where that number comes from.
Certainly.
So
Be glad to provide it.
Do what?
It makes our job a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. If there's 250 of the billion we need, I mean, you've just helped us out tremendously.
And the nice part is you'd actually be helping Georgia truckers when you do that.
Right.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We appreciate your help. AAA, Sasha? How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you. I don't have a snazzy presentation, but you should all have a packet that we handed out earlier today, and I'm glad you didn't try my last name. It took me 40 years to get it right as well. My name's Sasha Marcinchik. I'm the regional president in Georgia for AAA, which is part of the Auto Club group. First off, I want to thank Chairmans Robert and Gooch, as well as the rest of the committee, for giving AAA an opportunity to talk today and represent the 900,000 Georgia members that we currently have. I know you mentioned this was your 6th meeting, so I'm hoping that we can provide some additional data points that help you make what obviously are some tough decisions moving forward. For over 100 years, and so I want to talk a little bit about the traffic safety progress we've already made in Georgia, as well as some of the challenges on the horizon. For over 100 years, AAA, as you know, has pursued, always been driven by the desire to provide the safest possible travel conditions for both the public at large as well as our members. And through the years, AAA has advocated such things as padded dashboards, safety belts, airbags, improved road conditions, graduated driver's licensing, and most recently, no texting while driving laws. So as we assess our progress on safety efforts in Georgia, we've seen significant progress thanks in part to your leadership and the changes effected by the General Assembly. For example, we've seen a reduction in deaths on Georgia roads from 2005 of 1,792 to 1,192, or 1,729, I should say, to 1,192 in 2012. Obviously, this marks a significant improvement, which can be attributed directly to effective traffic safety laws, as well as strong enforcement and safer vehicles. We've also seen this General Assembly be a leader in enacting strong seatbelt legislation, and most recently being particularly courageous to include pickup trucks in the law in 2010. Well, that was a huge step for Georgia. We still have work to be done. There was actually 44% of the folks who died in 2012 in cars that had seatbelts were not wearing seatbelts. If just half of those 368 folks had been wearing seatbelts, then 2012 would have actually marked the fewest deaths on Georgia roads since the 1960s. There's also been great progress in the area of DUI laws. There's now greater public awareness, as you know, about the issue of driving while impaired. But we need to continue the message of those that died on Georgia highways in 2012. Preliminary figures showed 25%, or 301 of those folks, were actually in alcohol-related deaths. We certainly at AAA look to continue partnering with the General Assembly to strengthen Georgia's DUI laws, and we look to work with you to utilize the ignition interlock devices to make Georgians safer from drunk drivers moving forward. And finally, as you know, I mentioned before, we've passed there have been a lot of states that have passed no texting while driving laws, and that's a great step in the right direction. But as you're also aware, distracted driving continues to be a growing concern for all of us, and it's not just about cell phones and texting. It includes anything from passengers talking to you, dashboard maps, and daydreaming, which takes our minds off of driving and the road. In fact, our AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety conducted a survey in 2013 and found that almost 80% of drivers say texting or emailing while driving presents still an unacceptable risk. However, 25% of those respondents also admitted to texting while driving in the last month. So folks are still doing it, know it's wrong, the awareness is increasing, so we certainly want to continue making strides in that direction. In fact, police departments and schools around the state in Georgia have taken advantage of AAA's driving simulator that helps teach young drivers, as well as other drivers, the dangers and distractions of driving and other driving impairments. So each of those examples, I think, is an example of the positive effect of what happens when the Georgia General Assembly acts boldly. It's also worth noting that legislative efforts in regards to DUIs, seat belts, and texting all failed before they succeeded. I encourage this committee to draw strength from these efforts and that precedence, and AAA is certainly proud to have partnered with you to make Georgia safer, and thanks each of you for your efforts. Of course, this brings me to what we were talking about today, which is transportation funding, which is looming over all the traffic safety efforts, the partnerships, enforcement, and education. It's a crisis that's been building slowly and is rapidly picking up speed. Most of the money we've used to build roads, as you've heard today, and transit has come from fuel taxes. You're well aware of that. Fuel efficiency as well, and greater use of alternative fuels is pushing the revenue sources down. Again, something that's been discussed by multiple folks today. And the longer-term trend continues to show we'll take in less gas and diesel fuel taxes to use for projects to keep us safer. Just for everybody's reference, nationally, AAA has long identified the declining purchasing power of the federal gas tax and the need for a sustainable model to fund the Highway Trust Fund into the future. We do recognize at AAA that there are numerous ways to increase the overall funding for the transportation infrastructure in Georgia, all of which have been discussed at one point or another today. The first option, I think Josh was the first one to bring it up, talking about the current three-part fuel tax structure in Georgia, of which 1 cent goes to the general fund instead of directly to the transportation fund. AAA did conduct a survey, and 83% of Georgians said that they were in favor of having that 1% go directly towards the transportation fund versus the general fund. And I'm sure you're also well aware that that would generate roughly $180 million a year in additional transportation funding. So AAA certainly supports that change. A second option, as has been discussed, would be to index the tax schedule to inflation. Regardless of what you ultimately decide, indexing to account for inflation allows transportation investment to keep up with inflation and allows us to not have to revisit this issue annually. Florida, I think was mentioned earlier, is an example of a state that recently adopted that approach as recently as this year. And the final piece that I'd like to discuss is raising the gasoline tax. This year, AAA did take an official position supporting an increase in the federal gas tax to meet transportation and infrastructure funding needs, so long as adequate accountability is in place. The gas tax is the most efficient and fair way to pay for transportation maintenance and improvements in the near term. However, due to increased vehicle fuel economy, which is a good thing obviously, and inflation, the purchasing power of the current fuel tax has been cut nearly in half. I think the term that the number Paula used earlier was 52%. Additionally, AAA would support, if needed, an increase of the gasoline tax at the state level if certain safeguards were in place. To date, neither Congress nor recent administrations have been willing to advance needed policy changes to address the funding shortfall or secure a long-term funding mechanism for the transportation system. But it is important to note that the U.S. Highway Trust Fund will be depleted within a year if additional revenues are not secured. We do understand at AAA that with increasingly fuel-efficient cars and expanding use of alternative fuel taxes, the gas tax is not a long-term solution. Again, something that's been mentioned multiple times today. And a successor to the federal motor fuels tax will be required in order to provide adequate funding to sustain and grow the system. We agree with others that have testified previously that something needs to be done to capture a user fee for vehicles using alternative fuel sources. And with this in mind, AAA continues to urge federal government, states, and the research community to fully study and test potential successor funding mechanisms. I know raising taxes is not a popular notion, certainly. No state legislature, in fact, has approved an increase to gasoline taxes in 2010, 2011, or 2012. However, in 2013, according to the National Conference for State Legislatures, 6 states and the District of Columbia did enact legislation to increase overall state gas taxes. These states recognized that in the absence of federal action on transportation funding, they were going to have to act to meet infrastructure needs. So in conclusion, while there's both good and bad news in the progress we've made in Georgia's traffic safety condition, the overall trend is still toward fewer fatalities, which is great, and safer roads. The leadership you've shown in enacting laws that enhance our safety, the leadership shown by GDOT and safety officials in setting responsible policies, the enforcement of these policies by officers across the state, as well as educational efforts by public and private agencies have all played a part in this good trend. At this time, we recognize that failure to keep pace in funding will lead to less safe roads, as well as ultimately more road fatalities. Just as you have stepped forward previously and taken on tough issues such as DUIs, seat belts, and texting, we urge you to act decisively on transportation funding. AAA certainly looks forward to working with you and supporting your efforts moving forward as you address these important areas. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? I'll have one question. In your comments, you said you had over 800,000 members in Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many of them may drive alternative fuel vehicles?
I do not have that data. We may have it. I could check for you, certainly. Yeah, we're approaching 900,000 now, about 874,680 as of today.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you for your time and your report. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
What, everybody keeps mentioning the tax on motor fuel. What about all things automobile? A surcharge on tires, a surcharge on windshield wipers, or auto parts, or service, or oil change, anything that has to do with the deterioration of our transportation system. How would AAA respond to something where you taxed a surcharge basically on every item as it has to do with transportation?
Well, as someone had mentioned today, the vehicle mileage taxation is one thing that's certainly being discussed. And I think given the circumstances and the challenges that we face, I don't think anything's off the table. I don't know that we'd be in a position to make a statement one way or the other, but certainly I think we would consider that, as well as general taxes across the board, to help offset things. I do believe that with the increase in the fuel-efficient vehicles and electronic cars and things like that, there certainly is going to be a need to look at other things, because that certainly causes a lot of wear and tear on the roads as well, and those ultimately, as you know, lead to the roads being in worse conditions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Middleton, Georgia Railroad Association, who wants to rebut the comments made by the Georgia Truckers Association. Right, Mark?
Chris, you coming down here? What are you going to do?
Let me see if I can get George Washington's presentation down here first.
Before you start, I was asked to stand and applause, and I didn't know whether I was supposed to do it before you talk or after you talk. Can you clarify that?
Well, I have my two superstars sitting in the back there, Joel Harrell and Craig Camuso, so there may have been a reference to one of them, Mr. Chairman.
They done moved down front on them.
They were taking notes.
I think they've got concerned here. They've sent we're a little bit like the Georgia Bulldogs today. They've sent the freshmen up front to play, and our two superstars are going to play in the fourth quarter. So here we go. Oh, excuse me. Let me get settled here. Well, Mr. Co-Chairman and committee members, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm going to work from this presentation that we presented you a copy of, and also you're welcome to look on the board. This committee and the members of the legislature that are on this committee have been very supportive of freight rail over the years and know a lot about freight rail. And so the initial slides that I have, I'm just going to go through very quickly just to remind you of some of the things that you know about freight rail, and try to move fairly quickly toward the solutions and some of the ideas that we've discussed that involve the
funding solutions that relate to freight rail. Now, as we talk about our industry, the first thing I want to talk about is our commitment to safety. If you look at this chart, a lot of investment's been made by our industry over the past 30 years, and you can see the results in terms of safety. Both accident and casualty rates have plunged, and grade crossing collisions, both of those are down about 80%. And that's a result of the emphasis on safety that our industry has. Secondly, I want you to look here at the fuel efficiency. This is one thing that our industry has worked very hard on, is to make our trains more fuel efficient. And if you look, since 1980, we basically doubled our efficiency, and that's measured in the amount of tons per average on 1 gallon of fuel. So you can see that we've doubled that efficiency over the last few years. As you think about your constituencies and the businesses in your districts, and think about the businesses that they have, we're basically an economic connector, whether you're creating minerals, agricultural products in the middle of the state, whatever it is, we're there to connect those. And so, when the businesses in your in your districts do well, we're doing well. And when we're carrying these products, we are able to help with the problem that you guys are really focused on, which of course is traffic on the highway. So, anything that we can put on a train and move is just one less vehicle that's on the road. I want to focus on this slide for a moment because, again, the solutions and the ideas that we have where we think the state can be helpful with us really comes back to the fact that this is an extremely capital-intensive business. If you look on the far right, we invested $25 billion in 2012, and that's just some data that we got from the American Railroad Association that just is in regard to the Class 1 railroads. And so it doesn't include what our short lines have done as well, but it's a considerable investment. It's about 3 times what other industries have to invest in terms of capital, which makes, obviously, obtaining capital and obtaining affordable capital for construction is, something that's very important to us. I'd also like on the slide for you to note, back in the tough times, when the recession hit 2008, the funding and the spending was basically maintained. If you look at 2009, 2010, the commitment by our companies has been there regardless of the economy. This is just a quick photograph to show how some of that money's used. This is a crew replacing some ties. I think that's over in middle Georgia. Shifting a little bit now from the national figures to some Georgia-specific numbers. We have 2 Class 1 railroads, Norfolk Southern and CSX, of course, and then 23 short lines. I would draw your attention to a couple of points on here. One, Georgia has the most track mileage in the southeast, also the 7th highest overall, which shows how important Georgia is as a logistics state. And then on the next slide, to show in regard to these statistics that we were able to get from Norfolk Southern and CSX, some 7,000 employees, over $500 million in payroll, and of course a presence throughout the state, including here in Savannah as we serve the ports. One of the things that's been interesting about getting to know the rail business and serving the association is that in addition to the 2 Class 1s, we have 23 short line railroads. And these railroads are very entrepreneurial companies. They're smaller companies that are serving primarily the rural parts of the state and have some issues, particularly related to capital, that I'll discuss here in a moment. They have deferred maintenance to their tracks and bridges and that you all have helped address previously, and we're going to ask you to continue to help us in the future. Here's a map I borrowed from Josh and the folks over at GDOT. I think George is a little taller and skinnier in that picture than it is in real life, if that only worked for the rest of us. But I want to point out a couple of things on there. The blue line is CSX, so you can see it moving over from the Brunswick area up through Waycross and up through the western portion of the state. The green is Norfolk Southern. Both serve the Savannah area and the ports. And then I also would like to point out, if you look over in the central eastern portion of the state, over in Senator Hill's area over there, and Chairman Roberts as well, a couple of our short lines that also operate in this general direction. The Heart of Georgia, which originates over in the Americus area and comes toward Savannah, connects with Georgia Central, which also comes toward Savannah. Those are all those gray lines that you see on that map represent small businesses, small railroad lines that allow Georgia products to be exported at the port, moved within the state, working with warehousing and other export opportunities. And those are very critical to the state of Georgia. And as I mentioned, they are smaller businesses and have some challenges that are unique to them. We have 9 intermodal terminals in Georgia, and you all are familiar with this. I'll just focus on the fact that we have 3 CSX, 3 from Norfolk Southern. The Ports Authority will speak later. I'm sure we'll be talking about this. And then over in Cordele, the Heart of Georgia also operates an intermodal terminal. Here's a photograph of the intermodal terminal at, I think it's Inman Yards, and that gives you an idea of what that looks like. A lot of activity that goes on there. And this is similarly under the intermodal piece. It's a piece of equipment being used to load a car for transport. And so I went through that very quickly on purpose so we'd have a little time to go through some of the funding issues that we see from our perspective. And we know we've had the benefit this year of going through 3 basic processes. One, with Josh and the folks over at GDOT, they're doing their quadrennial rail plan assessment, where they go through, do an assessment not only of freight rail but also of passenger, and we've been able to identify an issue that is of some importance and has some promise, and it has to do with establishing the state of Georgia as an agent for the RIF program, which is a federal funding program that I'll discuss in a moment. The second thing that's been discussed in that rail plan, and something that you all are very familiar with and have been helpful with in the past, is just the increasing state investments, both in public-private partnerships, and I'll provide you an example or 2 of those, and then also on the state-owned facilities. The commissioner yesterday mentioned that we have some 500 miles of state-owned facilities in the state that are leased primarily to our short lines. And then the third thing we'd like to discuss is the diesel tax and the proposal to eliminate that sales and use tax on diesel's fuel used in locomotives. First thing I want to talk about is this RIF program, and Mr. Chairman, we've talked about this some in the past, and there's been some good work done on it at the rail plan. But basically, what RIF is, it's a federal program that's administered by the FRA, and they have a pot of money. It's $35 billion that is there for low interest loans. It can be used to develop, acquire, or improve intermodal or rail facilities. And it's very generous in that it can be used for up to 100% of a project, and it's a low interest rate over a long period of time. The challenge with the process is that it's very cumbersome from an application standpoint, very bureaucratic. And so the idea really is that the companies that need it the most, these small, particularly small short line companies that I mentioned before, the cost of trying to enter into one of these applications or make one of these applications and enter into an agreement is just been cost prohibitive, and therefore they haven't been able to do it. And you can see, because of those burdens of the $35 billion, only $138 million in loans were actually used back in 2012. And so there's some frustration, I think, at the federal level in that this program that was designed to address some of the problems that we all know are there in terms of the capital needs for rail just haven't been utilized. And so one of the ideas that's been discussed in this rail plan process is allowing the state to act as the applicant and basically administer that program, and then allow the rail companies to to apply for the loans through a state agent. And I certainly don't want to get ahead of GDOT or our other folks that we've spoken with about this, but there's a number of places that it could take place. But among the stakeholders and others that have been involved in that very good rail plan process, there's been a lot of interest in that. And so it's something that we're going to continue to explore with them and figure out if there's anything, figure out between now and January whether there's anything we need to do in the legislative session to make that possible. And it's also, again, I think it's an excellent opportunity for the state because it's one of those things in that if the state could figure out how to make a little bit of money off the spread, it could actually provide the benefit that the companies need, but also at the same time give the state an opportunity to make some money on it as well. The next thing I just want to mention briefly is currently this state does participate in freight rail facility enhancement, and you all have used your appropriation power in a couple of ways. One, you've invested in public-private partnerships that enhance rail service. An excellent example of that, or a couple of excellent examples, over in Wayne County and Wilkinson County, done some projects with Norfolk Southern that allow some projects to take place sooner than they would have had there not been that public funding involved, and done in such a way that a lease is involved with that, and the money returns back to the state. And then finally, as I mentioned before, and as you know, and both chairmen both appropriation chairs are here and are very aware of the fact that you all have put money in the budget year after year to help maintain and repair these state-owned lines. The Commissioner of DOT mentioned yesterday that they saw over 20 years I think it was some $800 million in needs, which would be an average of about $40 million a year. And in this process that we've been involved with over at GDOT, I think there's some $25 million worth of projects that are readily available and ready to be included in a package. And again, I think the payoff for the state and the reason that it's timely is that as the port expands here, and you think back to the map that I showed you earlier, that it really, if we can improve those short line rail, state-owned rail in the middle of the state, serving smaller areas, it will provide an opportunity for additional export through the Port of Savannah, enhancing the local communities where these rail lines are. And so we obviously would appreciate doing as much of that as quickly as possible. The final issue I want to discuss with you a little bit is the diesel fuel issue. As I mentioned, freight rail is highly capitalized. In fact, according to the AAR, some 17% of revenue is reinvested back in terms of equity capital, which is high. At the same time, the sales and use tax, the 4% that is paid on diesel fuel used in locomotives, goes to the general fund, and therefore none of it's used on transportation. Very similar story to the other 1% that you've talked about in the auto context. And Georgia is in a minority of states that charge this tax for locomotive fuel. I think Norfolk Southern was telling me in the 22 states that they operate in, some 8 states charge the tax, and the majority of the tax is charged here and in Tennessee and Alabama. The bottom line is this: if that money were freed up and returned back to the companies, given their history and given their record of reinvestment, that money would go back into infrastructure. I mean, I think they've proven that in terms of the amount of money that they've spent in this state and spent in the country throughout the years. And so, currently none of that's going to infrastructure. And so our desire would be for that tax to be eliminated. Finally, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Our industry's provided some economic benefits to the state, a lot of economic benefits, and we try to do it in a safe and economical manner. And we hope that by coming with a few ideas that would help us, most of them, even the things that cost money, start with M, billions, not B, billions. So So, you know, we recognize that a lot of the focus is on traffic and road building, as it should be, but we're very hopeful that you'll see the role that freight rail can play in helping with that problem as we move more goods around the state and as we try to solve this thing from an overall standpoint. We know just part of the solution, but an important part nevertheless, and we look forward to working with you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
I have a question. I'll start out. You said the proceeds from the 4% sales tax goes to the general fund for the state.
Yes, sir.
Why is it different than other fuel tax?
I don't know why it is, but my understanding is that's the case. I'm looking at Marshall and Gurley over there. That's correct. I mean, it does go to the general fund.
It's basically that way because that's the way the Georgia Code spells it out.
But when you purchase your fuel, do you buy it basically in a wholesale container? Or what, how do you?
Our purposes, our fuel is actually purchased by pipeline.
Okay.
It comes into the fuel, into our tank farms, Cannon Yard and Bronson Yard, and it comes by pipeline, and it's through the pipeline companies where we purchase it. And that sales tax, and it gets back to the state, I'm not 100%.
So you're sure it doesn't go back to transportation? And
For a while there, we thought it was the same way, but in checking with all of our tax people and our tax attorneys, it's very clear that it does not. All 4% goes into the general fund.
any idea how much in the state you're talking about?
Yeah, from an industry standpoint, and it fluctuates year to year because it's based on the price of the fuel. But we're looking at somewhere in the state, 4% part of it, between $12 and $15 million.
That's the tax portion, 12 million. How about the other 3%, local tax? Do you pay it as well?
That, yes, we do.
So you pay 7% on average?
Atlanta, we pay almost 8%.
Right.
Macon, we pay about a little over 7%. So it averages out about 7.5%.
Whatever the local tax rate is where you buy the fuel is what you pay.
Total amount would be just about double that.
Right.
Almost double that. And CSX, their main fueling facilities are in Atlanta and Waycross. And I don't know what you're all doing with that. We are very confident. Our total tax last year, just on diesel fuel, was $9.5 million.
Is that just you or you and CSX?
Just our company.
Okay.
CSX is right at here.
All right, so
We're very comfortable for the two of us. And then when you throw in the short lines, it's, we're still trying to get numbers from some of the
Right.
small operators. We don't have all of them put together.
So y'all are pushing close to $25, $30 million.
The total for both
Yeah.
state and local. Yeah.
I'm talking about for all of y'all.
Yeah.
Oh,
For the
CSX.
industry.
For the-
Industry.
And the main reason for that is the price of diesel fuel's gone up.
Yes.
I mean, we're paying, at one time, we had hedged a lot of prices, and we're paying a very good price. And now it's substantially gone up. And of course, the argument, part of the argument there is you put the other 4% that you pay at the pump right now back into for highway purposes, then that kind of unlevels the playing field even more, because the 4% we pay on it goes into a general fund, but then we don't have the ability to take it back through our infrastructure, get it back into infrastructure. Now, one thing I would like to say too, the two projects that we have worked on through the public-private partnership in Wayne County, which was basically to handle the ports of Brunswick, and Wilkinson County, which Mr. Elk over there is very familiar with, that basically helped us handle traffic out of the port of Savannah. Those two projects alone have paid great benefits for us and the state government. If it hadn't been for one in Wayne County, we would not have got the Toyota traffic that Ed Kroll mentioned a few minutes ago. And that was just announced yesterday. That we'll have again the Toyota traffic back to Brunswick.
That's fantastic.
So those type of programs, we see a great benefit. And also, we're kind of looking at all of it. If we can get exemption on sales tax, if we can get tax credits, if we can get this, that, the other, it's a joint partnership with the state to do that to help improve the state. Every intermodal train we move takes 280 trucks off the road. Savannah or women coming in from Savannah back in 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we hardly considered Savannah to Atlanta a route that we would even want to do anything with. And now we're running 11 trains a week because of the increase in the port traffic.
Question for our appropriation chairman over here. Do you guys remember what the dollar amounts are in the budget every year we're bonding? Was it $9 million this year? What was the total bond package for Shortlands? Roughly $9 million. Right, out of the general fund. So we're reinvesting part of that money, maybe not all of it.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see us look at a plan to reinvest all of it into the the freight planning systems.
And we'd be happy, we're not saying that they'll still go with whatsoever. And we work with both corporations.
Absolutely.
Well, the two of us, Norfolk Southern and CSX together, invest in the neighborhood of $200 million a year back into the state of Georgia, just in maintenance and capital improvement projects and those type of things. So we have a vested interest in the state with that.
Do you have any idea what the numbers are, the equivalents of a tractor trailer on the highway? If you're all the freight that you're hauling, what does that equate to? No, just numbers, just number of trucks.
What's up? 189 tons. I'd have to do the math on that.
I'm sorry, you're talking about how much freight we haul compared to
Yes.
trucks?
No, not compared to trucks, but if you
freight
took
you
all
haul,
the freight
how many
off of
trucks
the...
does that take off the road? I think isn't that what you're asking?
Yes. What's the equivalent?
Like I say, a container, an intermodal train, a container, if you have a full train, it's about 280 containers. Each one of those containers goes on the tractor trailer.
Right, so that's 280 tractor trailers.
And those containers are, limited at 80,000, you have to make 80,000 pounds. So, I haven't calculated, I could figure that for you.
Just curious.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it. I think we have some more questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamilton.
Just a question on the RIF. I become very interested when I hear that the federal government's got $35 billion of our dollars up there and we're not getting any of it or much of it back. Help me understand, is this something that we've just kind of recently become aware of, or is this, we're checking to find out whether, whether under current code and constitutionality, whether DOT can do this, or is this something we've known about and it just now is a good time to do it? I'm just kind of curious about that.
Well, it's a program that our industry's been aware of for some time, and I'm trying to think when it came into existence, maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Why we haven't done it, I guess.
Yeah, but I guess from our standpoint, our members, when I came on at the association at the beginning of the year, and we're asking particularly our short line members, what we could do to be of assistance to them, and they started talking about their capital needs, this program kept getting mentioned over and over, and so we did some research on it at the kind of the association level, saw that amount of money, and again, it's a little bit amusing, when you're as broke as the federal government is, to have a pot of money sitting there. It's all kind of theoretical, but the money is set; it has been set aside. And so the testimony from or the information that I've gotten from our short line members is that there's a need there. They recognize the capital expenditures they need to make, and in many cases, these low interest loans could be the difference between them making those investments and not. And then our question was, well, why haven't you done the application? And then they've just given up on the application process as being too difficult. So the idea is if we could simplify it at the state level.
Maybe DOT could respond to that.
Part of the reason is you are talking about debt, and so when you do that, DOT would not. Because we're talking about a debt instrument, it would probably have to be between either state road tollway authority or some other authority. We have a TIPIO loan Northwest Corridor project, and usually that involves GDOT, CERTA, Georgia State Finance and Investment Corporation. I think the key piece, the key issue when you're saying why haven't you done it yet is you have to identify your path
So make sure I understand. So there may or may not be legislation that would be required, but is it fair to say that DOT, CERTA, all the authorities, there's real no opposition per se, you just haven't had the opportunity to look at one and find out how it could be used?
I think you probably have the statutory framework in place to do that, because we have the statutory framework in place to do the TIPIA loan. I think you just have to identify a financial plan for getting that revenue and then backstopping the revenue. In theory, if you loan it out to a line and they're not able to repay you, the state would still be on the hook.
That's right.
What would be your fallback? How would you pay that? So I think those would be the questions.
And this is not a statement of support of it, but obviously, if you find out that there is some required legislation, we need to know about that to be considered as part of this legislation.
Yes, sir. Now trying to determine if any other state has done this.
Yeah, the other, well, in the rail plan process, the consultants that are working with GDOT have worked with some other states, and this language, from a policy standpoint, has been included, I believe, in Louisiana, and there was another state out west. And I think they're a step or two ahead of us, and so we were going to try to piggyback on some of that information. But we're hopeful to have that done, in the context of the rail plan being completed, which is, middle of November or so.
That's definitely just to piggyback on that, updating the rail plan would be critical to sort of like do an assessment of what we did have on the
It may have to be some like piece of legislation to take it out. My thought was probably if it could be done through the infrastructure bank that was established several years ago. It's in place legislatively. It just never has been kicked off funding to adopt this may be a way to fund it. Of course, it would have to be, these funds would have to be used for railroad purposes. They couldn't be put in the bank and used for something. That's right.
We've got another question on the left here, Terry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on the loan program, Josh, you'd mentioned if we do it as a state infrastructure type banking system, the state would ultimately be the one responsible if there was default on the bond. If the individual railroad, however, were able to participate in the loan program, would the state still be the one if there was a default?
No, I think that's part of the reason that some of the lines are having difficulty securing their own risk loan, is because they don't necessarily have what they would want to back up. If they'd say, Georgia's a AAA state, Georgia will make good on it. That's why the thinking is if the state asked or sought the lump sum amount to then loan out, it might be achievable, where it's harder for the one-off loan.
So we would then have to, I guess, back the loan with their assets, or the operator's assets would be kind of our fallback position.
I think that's what we have to identify, is how we would. You obviously run into an issue of you couldn't use, constitutionally, you couldn't use motor fuel to back it up. You'd have to use general funds or some other source.
Any other questions? Mark, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Georgia Ports Authority. Georgia Ports Authority. Oh, where's Mr. Curry? Where's Steve? Who's going to? Steve. Oh, Steve. Let's go on. All right, well, we'll come back then. Let's go to Mr. Clark with Siemens. All right. Well, we'll go right on to Mr. Chad Reese with the transit. Here he comes. Chatham County Area Transit. Thank you, Mr. Reese. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having me. I believe I'm the only thing separating you from lunch at this point. Yes, sir. Plug in here.
We'll come back to you in just a second, Curtis. We'll come back. Okay, all right, that'll be good. Okay, Mr. Reese, you got a slideshow for us.
I hope to here, if it comes up. Oh, there we go. Hello, my name is Chad Reese. I am the CEO and Executive Director with Chatham Area Transit Authority. We are the Regional Transportation Authority for Chatham County. And under our legislation, also the counties that are adjacent to Chatham County. Currently, we only have a contract with Chatham County, but on our legislation, that can be extended to Effingham, Bryan, and Liberty County as well. I want to talk about making connections pretty quickly. One of the things that we want to talk about in making connections is we want to introduce the term mobility to the process. A lot of what we've heard thus far has been about highways, railways, things of that nature, and they are important, but also the whole concept of mobility. And what are we about? We're about not necessarily moving cars, but about moving people. CAT embarked upon a strategic plan where we broke down our markets, we looked at our services, products, our partnerships, and we judged everything based upon a return on investment. The reason, we'll talk about some of these, and one of the things that I'd like to bring to the committee to look at today is the whole notion of return on investment. Public transit or mass transit has the second highest return on investment for any type of transportation funding. It is only second to ports. One of the things that we looked at was education, workforce development, economic development, real estate through all of our partnerships. There was a joint study that was done by the Chamber of Commerce and the Savannah Economic Development Authority, in which the workforce development study, transportation was the second major hurdle to economic or workforce development in our community. Again, transportation, access to transportation was the second biggest hurdle to workforce development. That was identified by both the employers themselves as well as the employees. I would be remiss here. Let me take a pause real quick, Mr. Chairman, and introduce the chairman of the CAT board, Pete Lakakis, who's in the audience here. Mr. Lakakis is the chairman and former chairman of the county commission. We talk about transportation funding, and transportation options. Right now in this country, 19% of a family's household income is spent on transportation costs. 19%. That number has doubled since 1990. It has doubled since 1990. That number is projected to be nearly 40% by the year 2040. So as we consider options, raising the gas tax, other modes of transportation, we're looking at taking that number from 19% to nearly 40%. It will overtake the cost of real estate by the year 2040. That is significant. If we talk about economic growth, if we talk about economic development, Savannah is a community that's built upon tourism. As your transportation costs go, it jeopardizes our future in terms of people being willing and able to travel to our community. We as a state and we as a country must address the rising costs of individual household disposable income on transportation. We did this, and we did a survey, and we asked people, not necessarily some of the ones who are at the higher income, but the average person, the people you work with, people of your family, your employees. Look at how much money they bring home. Ask them to take into account their car payment, their insurance, their maintenance, their fuel. What percentage of their costs are going to transportation costs? In automobile-dependent communities, that number is as high as 25%. In communities where there is close to public transportation, that number is as low. Transit-rich areas, i.e., there's readily accessibility to public transportation, that number is 9%. The reason this is, as I said, is important is because it affects everything we do in terms of growing our economy, economic growth, economic development. There's another issue of significance here. In the state of Georgia, the counties have the responsibility of providing transportation to our senior citizens and our disabled communities. It is a state mandate that the counties do that. In Chatham County, that number is going to approach $2.5 million this year, and there's not a dedicated funding source to support that state requirement. $2.5 million in Chatham County. Chatham County is also burdened with some of the rural counties where the level of transportation is not as robust. They will have senior citizens who are relocating to Chatham County to take advantage of our rich transit services here. What we want to talk about is transportation on a mobility level. You look at CAT, we have introduced the concept of mobility and mobility management. We're about moving people. Paratransit costs, services for seniors and disabled, our core bus service, our specialty markets where we're moving students, our commuter services, our downtown services, our visitors that come to the community. In our area, there are about 105,000 trips that occur in Chatham County alone. There are 36,000 trips that come into Chatham County. Of these 105,000 trips, 15,000 are made each day on CAT buses. 2,000 are made on our ferry system. 500 are made for elderly and disabled, and we're renting about 25 to 30 bicycles a day. We've instituted the use of technology. We're putting in place regional call center. We have plans to come on board with a van pool, carpool service to coordinate between private companies with the whole notion of moving people. 72% of those 15,000 people who use the bus today are going to and from work. In terms of mobility, we have a whole host: bicycles, as I said, airport services, downtown services, visitor service, tourist services, the traditional fixed route bus service. Georgia is one of 9 states that does not have a dedicated funding source for public transportation investment. CAT has sent before the Georgia Chamber, the Georgia Legislature, a legislative agenda for the past 3 years requesting funding and dedicated funding be set aside. We'll repeat that request again this year. The past 2 legislative years, we've requested that the rental car excise tax that's in place, that's currently set at 5%, only 3% is in use in this area. We're asking for part of that money is set aside for the construction of sports facilities, recreation facilities, from a rental car fee. We're asking that the other 2 cents be set aside and dedicated to that of public transportation. Obviously, we all know about the failed, the T-SPLOS action, the Transportation Investment Act. But again, the whole notion that not just what CAT is dealing with, but what transit systems around the state are dealing with. A lot of times we have a tendency to think about public transit in the state of Georgia, and we talk about it in terms of MARTA and what goes on in Atlanta. Savannah has the largest modal split between the number of trips that occur every day and those number of trips that occur on public transportation. The largest modal split percentage of population in the state happens here in the Savannah area. Currently, we have 50 outdated buses, 25 outdated paratransit vehicles, and we need to expand our paratransit taxi fleet by 5. We have $37 million in unfunded mandates, unfunded needs. Currently, $37 million in unfunded needs. We're also moving to a different stage when it comes to the federal grant program. For years, the federal grants required an 80-20 match, which is the federal requirement. However, in order for you to be competitive with the new rounds of federal grants, they require you to come in at an overmatch situation. We have been unsuccessful the past 2 years, given the fact that we don't have a local match. Somebody mentioned Florida. You can have a transit system in the state of Florida, and the state puts up the local match for the transit authorities. How do they do this? They do it through toll revenue credits. They do it through their legislation requires 15% of their funds to be given to intermodal services, and they also have a tax on their tags that's dedicated to transporting the elderly and disabled. We have to go out and contend with the same issues and be competitive. The last 2 rounds of grants, every single competitive dollar that has come in from the Federal Transit Administration has come to the Atlanta area. The rest of the state is out here. We need the assistance here in Savannah. One of the last things I want to talk about is that we've submitted a grant to the Federal Transit Administration for a streetcar project here in Savannah. The competitive grant was marked as competitive. Savannah was disqualified from the process for not having a local match in place for the capital and operating. Again, we repeat the request for funding for state transportation, in particular mass transportation in this community.
All right. Any questions from the committee? Okay. Mr. Reese, thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate you and appreciate you taking time to come.
And we have presentations available if you need them, and we'll be around to address any questions. Our staff is here also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Is Mr. Clark here with Siemens? Okay.
I'll just go from here if this works for you guys.
That's fine.
All right. Make it pretty quick, especially with Ed Kroll's presentation. He did a great job, and that really was a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about anyway. My name's Clark Wieditz. I'm the Director of Alternative Energy for Siemens in the U.S. and Canada. Basically, how this applies to what you guys are doing. We build CNG stations across the country. We're supporting from the private sector that infrastructure to go to alternative fuels. And as I said at the start, what Ed put up there with regards to looking at fuel tax for alternative fuels, that's what we're seeing from other states. I'll add a little bit of a twist to that. The states are also supporting in a greater way the move towards those alternative fuels. So let me kind of illustrate my points. For example, the private sector is already moving towards CNG. You see trucking companies across the country that are converting their fleets from diesel to CNG. That's an economic move. It is a cleaner fuel. Their customers are asking them to do it, so this is already occurring. Companies like ours are improving the infrastructure across the country by adding these stations as well. That's more prevalent out west, but it's starting to happen now in the southeast and the Midwest as well. Again, the economics, the clean fuel, it all makes sense. Driving additional revenue for the cities. It's actually saving money for those cities as they convert their vehicles as well. So there's a lot of economic drivers in order to make that happen. But what you can do as far as driving money or taking money also from that infrastructure improvement and this movement is to look at it from this perspective. The LDCs, the local distribution companies, for example, the gas companies, they're getting more revenue because this is occurring. They're getting more profit also because this is occurring. There is money in this type of move to the CNG. So there should be a way, either through tax or through other venues, in order to take some of that money and apply that money towards your infrastructure in the roads, and it's a fair way to do it. So what I'm trying to really do here is give you some talking points and some ways to ease the pain, so to speak, and the objections that you'll probably get from various entities towards raising this tax. I'll say that we support that. We think it's a good way to go. We think there's money also there to take out of that by using a tax. But in return, you should publicly come out and say, okay, we want to move towards these alternative fuels because it's the way to do it. It's part of what Georgia wants to do to show how we're supporting the environment along those lines. And like I said, Ed Kroll's presentation early on, that really illustrated a lot of the data behind that and what the trucking companies are doing. And I'll just say Siemens supports that as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you taking time to come today as well. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay. All right. Now we will move on to the public comment portion. And I'm going to allot 3 minutes for each person. And I know some says, well, may say that's not enough, but if I give you 3, you're going to take 5. So I'm going to say 3. But we want to try to stay as close to that. We're supposed to go out and go through the Ports Authority and all today as well. But we do want to give each and every one of you that are here today that wants to speak that opportunity to be able to do so. So I am going to go down the list and do my best to try to read your names and your writing. Donald with the Coastal Region Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going now to SAC, and let me be the first to say good afternoon to the state. But my comments are going to deviate a little bit from the closest comment heard. But I will be piggybacking off of my short comments on what Dr. Reese said as far as transit. Adequate transportation infrastructure is, without question, a critical component of growing economic growth. This commitment by your joint committee to conduct these sessions across Georgia is a testimony to the importance of viable transportation funding. This need to identify new and sustainable sources of funding for transportation is definitely a priority concern. However, within the scope of this outcome, the need for adequate transit system funding must be incorporated. The rural transit system here that we have in coastal Georgia is a primary source of transportation for many of the elderly, the low income, and disabled to have access to medical appointments, employment opportunities, education, shopping, and social activities. The Coastal Regional Coach transports over 500 of these residents each day, and transit funding is important to them. The CRC acknowledges and commends the Joint Study Committee on this meaningful commitment to identify innovative resources to fund transportation infrastructure. And once you have completed these sessions, bring forward the findings of the predictable transportation funding. CRC respectfully requests that the need for transit funding is included in the specific legislative recommendations adopted. Again, thank you for the opportunity to do it tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donald. Any questions for Mr. Donald? Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come. We appreciate that. Mr. Brian Grant with Savannah Economic Development Authority. Or excuse me. Yes, I am so sorry.
I'm Bryn Grant.
Bryn, okay.
Bryn Grant, and I answer Brian all the time.
Okay. All right. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the various ways you have supported Savannah and Chatham County over the years. And thank you for giving us the opportunity by hosting your meeting here today. Bryn Grant, I am the Chief Operating Officer of the Savannah Economic Development Authority and Vice President of the World Trade Center Savannah. And I'm here on behalf of Trip Tollison today, who could not be here. He is our President and CEO, and he had a trip scheduled to New York to promote Savannah and Chatham County to business
Sure, any questions?
You did a great, Brent, as always, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. A woman who needs no introduction, Miss Ann Purcell.
Just let someone else speak because the time is running.
Okay. All right. Mr. Monty? You want, there you are.
I'll be real brief. Monty Simpson with Weyerhaeuser of Governmental Affairs. I work throughout the South. And believe me, you're not unique in this situation. The state is challenged with the same challenges that we face in transportation. I really want to make sure that we highlight the areas of the rural infrastructure as important as everything else in the state. The movement of commerce, agriculture, and forestry are really the lifeblood of rural economies, and having adequate roads and bridges in those areas are essential. Also, just a little side note, Weyerhaeuser, we are the largest single entity that exports out of the port of Savannah, so just a little thing there. But I'll leave you with these two concerns of ours, and one is that we would support an appropriate funding mechanism where all users that use the transportation system equally provide funds into that. The second thing is that there's an accountability aspect of when the revenue is distributed, especially to the local counties and localities, that there may be some criteria attached to that so we can adequately address what is the commerce needs in the area, that we have the adequate maintenance, improvements, and construction of roads that will support that type of commerce that is actually on those specific roads, and that's really what I want to do.
Mr. Monty, do you speak for Mr. Bill as well? Or both of you?
I do, he had to leave.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. No, thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank y'all for what you do. Mr. Al with the Charlton County Commission. Al Grace.
Thank you all for your time today and that you've been patient with all of us to come and make these presentations, and especially the General Assembly to understand and take another step forward to try to solve this dilemma. I've watched you all struggle with it for a number of years. My background and my perspective is as a local government manager, and I've had an opportunity to work across the state and see transportation from a great number of points of view, whether it was Rome or Gainesville or Athens and even Sandy Springs at 85 and 400 and all those places, but Lee County, and now I came from Alma and Waycross, and I'm back in Charlton County. We're primarily timber, about 10,000 people, but a lot of trees. And there's a number of common things I think we all agree on. Everybody comes to transportation in a different way, but it's jobs, it's economic development, and it's mobility. The other is that we have the need for reliable revenues and resources. And the problem is the feds are becoming a declining partner. So that's going to leave the local governments and the state government to probably work this out for the next generation. I'm stating a lot of obvious things, but I just want to reinforce that we see the same thing you see. Probably in that new state-local partnership, we're going to have to move forward, and to really do this, we're going to have to find some additional funding, new funding. It's not a matter of rearranging our current funding. And I would suggest that we've learned a lot of things, T-SPLOST and a number of those. Then a local, to put together that kind of partnership, there's going to be a two-tiered program. One is the state, and the state has a strong interest, and the regions do too, in larger projects and in the state's priorities. And those are very specific. And that came up in our different work at T-SPLOST, that those had to be dealt with. But probably where we lose touch, if you're going to have the local partners in the deal, it's going to have local projects and the ability to develop their own local projects and their own priorities. And if we look at all those T-SPLOST, the ones that had a strong local component were the ones that passed their referendum. And if you're going to try to reach out and build this state-local partnership, I think that's going to be very important. I'll cut through a lot of other things that have been on there. One is the roads, just a couple of facts. the roads, they're about, last numbers I saw, it's about 30,000 miles of roads that are run by the state and under the State Highway Department, the DOT, and those systems. But they carry well more than 50% of the traffic, of the big main heavy traffic and the heavy commerce. But there's 90,000 miles of local roads so that people can get to that final destination. We carry less of that traffic, but we also have limited resources because we don't have an assigned dedicated resource and revenue. And so in that partnership, that's why it's so strong to the cities and the counties. The other thing, I've heard these suggestions about maybe rearranging some of the covenants that are tied to the local option sales tax lost, to the SPLOST, and the eSPLOST. Those were all passed, and I've been on the road long enough to know and remember when they passed. There were specific covenants. LOST was passed in a covenant because people were concerned about property tax, and that was done to offset that, and it has worked. These have been very successful programs. Then SPLOST was developed first out of Cobb County and grew up and then became a statewide program, and it has helped us. And each county and each community in their own referendum composes their own plan that suits their needs. To come in and carve off a portion of those revenues and dedicate them from the top down, I think has great concern. And eSPLOST is all about the schools, and they have made great strides. They fought hard after they saw the success of SPLOST to get into that program. Once they got in, and it has significantly improved their facilities and their situations. If you come in and rearrange that covenant from the top down, I would offer a caution. Be careful of which dog you kick off the front porch, because there's 500 cities, there's 159 counties, and I think about 180 school systems. You're going to get into their business, and you better be careful that you have a good conversation with them. Where we all stand on these, as we found out in T-SPLOST, depends on where we sit. I look forward to new direction, new partnership. I thank you for going all over the state, spending these long mornings listening to all of us tell, and a lot of this, I'm sure, gets to be cumulative and redundant. We all have to tell the story again and again. Every community has its own ideas, and if I've ever learned one thing, it takes me about a year after I get there to figure out what their plan is and how they want to go about doing their things. One size doesn't fit all when you get down to the grassroots communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you traveling up here today as well. Ms. Wanda, excuse me, Ms. Wanda Doyle, the Mayor Pro Tem for Tybee Island. There she is.
First of all, let me say, this is my first meeting with this group, and I'm really glad to see you here in Savannah, and I get the opportunity to represent our little small piece of the pie here. As you know, Tybee Island is very unique. We have one way on, one way off to that little small municipality. As a result of that, our bridges are very
ahead.
I'm really interested in, we have talked about a toll road to go to Tybee Island to help with the funding for those bridges. But I have concerns about that because it is a state highway and you also cross the federal land of Fort Pulaski out there. So some direction from this panel, if you have any advice about that, is it a good thing, bad thing? I know we would benefit from it, but where does that leave us as a city? Does the city of Tybee, would we be expected to take over that road if we were to put up a toll booth at, let's say, Bull River Bridge? I'm not sure if that's a local thing, that's a state thing, or if we just need to drop it and never talk about it again. But I know Mr. Thompson has talked to us about that several times. So that is something that we talked about as a municipality. Is that beneficial to us? Who would be in charge of that? So if somebody could give me direction or somewhere I can go to talk to someone about that. Once again, thank you so much for letting me speak. I will go back and tell our mayor that I stood up for our municipality. Thank you.
Ms. Wanda, hold on one second. We will get you, Tracy will get you some information on that, our research analyst. Let me ask you a quick question though. What is the permanent residency of Tybee Island? What is y'all's population there?
Our population, according to the last census, was around 2,700, and we have found, we did some research on that. We think it's more like 3,200. But our tourism population, I can tell you, we have a really good traffic counter out there, and it's nothing for 30,000 cars to come across that counter on a Saturday coming out to that beach.
That's what I was about to ask, and then what was your because I know it's high.
Yeah, I would say it's probably average on a weekend anywhere from 10 to 20,000 cars. When it's on a July 4th or something like that, our last count was around 35,000 cars.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Mr. James Thomas with the Coastal Regional Commission.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Jim Thomas. I'm the chairman of the Coastal Regional Commission. I'm the mayor of the city of Hinesville. And what I want to speak to you about, I represent all 10 county commissioners in that Coastal Regional Commission. What we've asked and what we would like for you to consider is allowing some method by which we can tax ourselves under a system such as that T-SPLOST so that we can improve our roads, our infrastructure, the whole transportation system. This part of Georgia, the 10 members of the Coastal Regional Commission, and the coast of Georgia is growing as fast as any other part of the state. And in the future, according to the Georgia Tech Study, we will grow faster than the general Georgia population. So we need a mechanism by which we can improve our road system. Additionally, we also have 4 of the major bases here in Georgia, major military bases. We have Fort Stewart Army Airfield here in Savannah and Hinesville. We've got not the port, but we've got Kingsland. And we need a mechanism by which we can improve our road system. Our county commissioners have seen the efficacy of in those areas that it did pass. They would like an opportunity to see if it would pass in this area again. And we'd like you gentlemen to consider allowing us to have some sort of mechanism where we can improve the system. Prior to my getting this job, I worked for the Corps of Engineers. At the last harbor deepening, I was on that team that did the harbor deepening. When we did the harbor deepening, the traffic in Savannah and surrounding areas doubled. When this one is complete in 2016, you'll find a similar increase in the amount of traffic that goes through Chatham, through all of the counties that comprise this region. So we would like, if at all possible, for you to consider allowing us to have some mechanism by which we can improve our entire transportation system. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming, and there is a mechanism in place to have that back on the ballot here in the region if y'all so choose. But thank you so much. All right, Mr. Pete, I apologize, I don't know your last name. Lakakis, is that what you said? All right. Pete Lakakis, he's the chairman of the Chatham Area Authority.
Okay, I'm glad to be here today, and of course our director for our bus system, our transportation system, did a good job. But one of the things I just want to quickly mention, because they call me on the phone and I have to leave, is that the reason why the transportation tax failed, because they did not do a good selling job. They waited in many instances around the state of Georgia, and they waited till about 3 weeks before the voting was going on. And so you saw on television in many instances where they had somebody dressed in a suit, they had teachers there, they had construction workers and different ones, but mostly what they were doing is, reading, just discussing a couple of sentences that were given to them. And of course, instead of talking about the advantages, how it would help with transportation, how it helped the Georgia Ports Authority, all of the things, how the economy, providing more roads, the things that are important that would make people think about it and go out in the community and vote for it, even to encourage the people. For example, in the year 2000, we had 17,000 people that didn't have transportation in Chatham County. In the year 2010, we had 22,000. And instead of just looking at that, encouraging them, because we could have more bus routes and other things that could help those people, and but that didn't happen. And encourage those riders to go out and vote. The vote wasn't very good in our community, and we look around the state. If you look at the returns from the voting, you can see that and why it was defeated. And more things need to be done to have a great selling job, and all of the good advantages, and all of you know most of those reasons, but you put that out in the community where you're going to have it on talk shows, where you're going to put it on television, the radio stations, and many other ways that you can do that. But I thank each and every one of you for coming today, and hopefully if the transportation tax comes up again, because I've worked on those SPLOST fundings, the tax, sales tax, since 1985, and the majority of them in Chatham County were passed. But we want to make sure that the things that you're going to do that's going to help and get the message out, so that things can change, and we'll see it great for all of us in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. J.A. Kilgore.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. And we're going to be a little bit of the opposite tack of the last speaker. I think there are many things positive about planning for the future, and I compliment this group for undertaking that
mislead the people. If you need to increase the excise tax, then do it. Hasn't been raised in 25 years. Thank you. Representative Lindsay referenced at Sex where you have contiguous counties, you do a splash for counties on a local basis. That's much better than a regional plan like T-Splash. If you readdress T-Splash, we'll fight it again, and you'll end up with still no solution. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hold on, we got a couple of questions.
Sir, are you telling me you would support the General Assembly raising the gas tax in Georgia?
No, sir, I didn't.
You said you would,
I said that's not that you have.
okay, so you're not endorsing that?
No.
Would you endorse a sales tax?
Georgia is ranked, as you know, the governor has made a big deal out of Georgia being ranked #1 for business opportunity.
Right.
We rank in the top 3, generally, certainly in the top 10 of any rank that deals with doing business in comparison to other states. The reason is the top 3 criteria is the workplace environment, the workforce, and infrastructure and transportation. We always rank in the top 10. So CNBC has ranked us in the top 3 for the last 5 years as far as transportation.
Going back to my question, you recommend we look at the excise tax instead of the other?
You have other options.
Okay, but does that?
That is one of them.
Okay, so that's an option, and then another sales tax type approach, like the reference you made to Ed Lindsay, with the multiple counties joining together.
Right.
You would consider that an option?
Absolutely.
Would you support that option?
I would have to see in what context it's proposed and what other pieces. If you try to recapture the federal gasoline tax and you do that, I'll probably be in favor of that.
Okay. Now you question some of the DOT's numbers, but I'm not sure if you question the need for more money for transportation in Georgia. Are you concurring that we do need more funding for transportation projects?
I'm way short of an expert on the operations of DOT. I hear everybody talk about needing more money. We all know that Georgia, in comparison to other states in the region, ranks #1 in spending on education. And so everybody has to make value judgments and decisions, and certainly you as representatives have to do the same thing. And clearly you've decided that education is a priority. If our transportation is in such dire shape, then clearly some money has to be found somewhere. I don't know, and I'm not suggesting to you that I have the answer to that.
I just want to make sure we're understanding one another, because I think messaging is going to be critical for whatever we do. We have to get the message out. We have to communicate to the citizens of Georgia before we make our decisions. And we need your input, so we're glad you're here. But just a real quick analogy, when you buy a vehicle, let's say, I don't know how many miles a year you put on your car, but let's say you drive 15,000 miles a year in your car. How long will that car last before you have to replace it? 10 years?
Well, it depends on, I do that, and I've got 170,000 miles on my car now.
But that car's not going to last forever, nor will our roads. We know that our roads need to be resurfaced every 10 to 15 years. If we have 40,000 miles of roads in the state, we have to resurface them, we have to replace them, we have to do maintenance on them. We've heard several times from the DOT that we're only appropriating enough money right now to do about 2% a year. Well, that's not going to get it done either. So,
on maintenance expenditures per lane miles, Georgia ranks 11th in the United States.
Yeah, I'm like you. I don't want to compare us to other states. I want to make sure we have the best roads we can afford to have, and also maintain what we have, but increase capacity for the growth that we are seeing. If you look at areas of the state, just about everywhere in Georgia, we're growing. We can't continue to grow our state if we don't increase the capacity of our highways. So, but I appreciate your comments. It's good to hear from you.
And again, let me emphasize the quality of growth. We're ranked very high.
We are.
In any state.
That's right.
Senator Lucas.
So
would you support taking that fourth penny that goes into the general fund that can be spent any way the General Assembly decides, or the governor, and it's off of motor fuel? Would you support sending that 1 cent back to transportation?
Earlier, you questioned raising the amount of the sales tax, and if that could be directed to transportation, would...
No, what I was talking about then was...
Okay. But the answer is that it would all go to transportation.
Yes.
It would all go to DOT if you increase the sales tax. The 1 penny is reserved for the general fund, and that's constitutional.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. General Assembly put it in there, then send it to transportation.
And to answer your question, I don't know that I would support that, because then you, as the General Assembly, are going to have to figure out how to replace that penny. If I take it out of this pocket, put it in that pocket, have I accomplished anything? And my answer is no. But if you decide to do that, then sure, go ahead. But then you've got the other problem on the other hand that you're going to have to deal with. So I'm not sure that we gain it.
The last thing, you talked about the T-spots, and the figures are wrong. If you go to Muskogee County and that particular region, and they passed, their projections was that they would bring in roughly about anywhere between 25 to 27 million a year. Last year they brought in 40 million, and to the date on collections they are up at about 26.5, 27, so they feel that they'll be right at 45 million at the end of the year, which basically they will have collected in 2 years $85 million. But the most important part about it is those surrounding counties, because Muskogee is the largest in that area, and they are on the border with Alabama. But the most important thing was not the 75%, but the 25% that all of those cities get out of that pot that they say they use for other things, like if they need sidewalks at a school or something, the money that they would not just actually have on hand, they would try to have to find it if they needed it. And so wouldn't you agree that in some regions it might work and in some regions it might not work?
Let me first say I have great respect for you and your position. I don't agree that Columbus is that far ahead of collections. But I'm willing to look at it. I haven't looked at it in a couple of years.
They have a website. You can go.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying I haven't looked at it. But with regard to the Peach Plot, my county, Lake County, was a donor county. We would have been sending $10 million every year to the other 9 counties. Well, not Chatham, because Chatham was a donor county too. But the money that we were spending on in my county would have been going to Randall County or Evans. And so that's a flaw, no matter how you look at it.
Well, now, I want to challenge you a little bit on that. When you say about being a donor county and it's going to all these other counties and that's a flaw, do you not believe that counties that surround Savannah, Chatham County, wherever, that you wouldn't benefit by them having a better road system, by them having more capacity, by them having the ability to move a product from point A to point B? In other words, where you live, if you had a 4-lane highway and it went from this county line to this county line, and on each side of it there was a 2-lane highway, does that 4-lane highway really benefit you? The answer is no. What goes past there to help get that product from this county through the next county to the next county, all the way to this port, or to that inland port, or to wherever it may be, is a benefit to you where you live, as well as counties in the metropolitan area of Atlanta, easing congestion, because all of them don't live in downtown Atlanta. They live in counties that are 1 and 2 counties removed, and even some 3 counties removed. So being able to get into and out of that area, if you just looked at it from the standpoint, well, it's all about me and my county, and the heck with the rest of them, then this whole state is in trouble if that's how we take the attitude and look at it.
That's not the attitude I have. We already spend enough of our tax money going to the state and federal government. And that 4-lane highway that you're talking about probably would have been better with federal money, not state. But clearly, I'm in agreement that transportation and infrastructure is a critical component of the growth and the future for the state of Georgia. My quarrel with a regional system that is collecting money in my county to go to other counties is I object to it. And no, I don't think that having a regional bus system or county bus system in Effingham County is going to benefit me the least.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you. All right. Having said that, anybody else wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I put my name on the wrong list, so I'll be very brief.
Okay, come ahead.
My name is Jeff Jones. I'm the new state representative for District 167, which is North Glen, McIntosh, and Long County. So again, thank you all for having us here today and for giving me an opportunity to kind of speak very briefly. My question has to do with that I'm a strong proponent of the state of Georgia retaking its sovereignty and its rights back from the federal government and being allowed to manage our own business as much as we can in areas where it makes sense to do so. And it seems that this Federal Highway Trust Fund issue is just one of those issues that is right for Georgia and other states to take a very hard look at, figuring out how we can take back our authorities. As you all know, the current method under which Georgia receives federal DOT money costs us about $185 million a year. That's a rate of return of about 84 cents. Every dollar we send to feds, we get back 84 cents. So 16 cents get lost in the shuffle. The U.S. House of Representatives, Congressman Graves of Georgia's 14th District, has introduced House Bill H.R. 3486, the Transportation Empowerment Act, which, as it's currently structured, over a 5-year time frame, would phase out most of the federal fuel tax of 18.4 cents, allowing the citizens of Georgia to keep all that 3.7 cents, which the feds would still keep for whatever reasons. Has this committee explored that proposal, reviewed that proposal, and what is your position on that? And if so, I know it's tough to get things passed in Congress. This is an issue that's going to cause the federal government to return authority back to the states, and that's not something they're inclined to do. But is there an opportunity for Georgia to take matters in its own hands, kind of force this issue, or do something that allows us to be more control of those federal dollars we're now sending to Washington?
I've actually been up and met with Congressman Graves and all, and talked about that. We don't pass, as you know, federal law. There's some flaws within his plan. He understands that as well. The concept is great. Unfortunately, I don't think it stands a chance of going anywhere up there right now. But we would love to continue to look at that. But yeah, I mean that's something with all of us to keep our money. But
so. Yeah, again, realistically, I realize the federal government's not going to be inclined to give back power to us. They enjoy that money and that income and that power. But are there no opportunities that this committee has seen that there might be a way for us to be more control of what's happening with those federal dollars?
Go ahead.
Well, we can do like Florida. Florida doesn't have to deal with EPA regulations. They take the money out of the state general treasury and go ahead and build a road and use the money that they get from the Federal Highway Administration on resurfacing or repaving roads all in existence. But you do have to understand that Florida is a different animal than Georgia. Number one, you pay $200. If you move to Florida and you got 5 cars, you're going to pay $1,000 for those 5 cars, and it goes strictly to transportation. That's not getting you tagged for your car or anything else. And if you buy some real estate, if you move there, you're going to be taxed a fee on portion of that real estate sales that will go to the Department of Transportation. And of course, then they allow local governments to do the tolling, but it's within the confines of the Florida Department of Transportation. So, and they don't allow locals to charge on motor fuel except under the circumstances of tolling and doing those roads. So we got all kind of things because we in the General Assembly, and I said we because I've been there 40 years now, but we gave up those opportunities for local governments to be able to use local option sales tax and ELOS and SPLOST to do various things in those communities. Had not we given that authority and done like other states, not allow them to add on the motor fuel tax, or put in the law that in order to do it, though, all of those projects have to be transportation projects. Now that's going back over the years and expand of years, but in the sense we've changed things, Democrat and Republicans, on various ways of how we do things in the state and line local communities to bring in extra revenue. Now we are faced with so-called bullets. For 10 years I was a commercial bus driver. I was in the business. Roads in Georgia were a lot better than going down to Florida, going across 10, going all the way to Montgomery, then taking 65 to Mobile, and then picking up 10 going on into New Orleans. Well, now you need to get in the passing lane on Georgia's interstates and on their roads in order to have a smooth ride. So what's happening is, as we look at it, we are caught, and you're going to get caught in the same situation, the catch-22 as to what do you do, how do you do it, and where do you get it from. Well, the economy changed on us, and nobody knew it was going to be that bad. But we're still trying to recover. But yet and still, we've got needs that we have to have. Yes, we did things for education. Yeah, but guess what? We gave locals the option to reduce classroom sizes. Now we're hearing from parents and everybody else, that's a bad option. Well, we did that for local school systems because the economy was bad. We've got all kind of problems. And we got opinions. All of them like maximum glutamous, everybody got one. Now our problem is, how do we get you together with everybody up here, and then the convenience stores, the truckers, construction folks, highway folks, Norfolk Sub, how do we all get in a room with DOT and decide how do we come up with a solution that would take us 20, 30 years down the road? It's not easy. It's a daunting challenge. And if you notice, I asked folks who were telling us how we can get things done, but I asked them would they support certain things, and nobody would give an answer. So now it's going to be back on your back when you come in January. You're going to have to face that bullet, and you're going to have to bite it too.
Yeah, thank you so much. We look forward to serving with you. All right, anybody else? With that being said, we will be in Blue Ridge on November 19th, Rome on November 20th to wrap this up. And with that being said, at this point, any other comments? Hearing none, we're adjourned. Thank y'all for coming.